Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Theodore, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing Sherlock Holmes mysteries to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to. Perhaps a leather armchair beside a crackling fire at Baker Street, a moonlit walk along the Thames embankment, a quiet corner table in a Victorian tea room, or a sleeper car on a train winding through the Scottish Highlands. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now take a slow, quiet breath and let the day's events become as transparent as glass. You are entering the Crystal Atrium, a hall made of polished crystals and mirrors within the Timeless Tales Library. This is a place of reflection, where every story is a clear, shimmering facet of a beautiful, peaceful truth. Light filters through the crystalline walls, painting the room in soft, calming colours. Feel your body become as still and clear as a calm pool of water. Sink deeper into the secure foundation of your bed. The Crystal Atrium is a sanctuary where you can reflect on the quiet peace within yourself. Your body is a vessel for peace, and your mind is an empty canvas, ready for the gentle stories of the atrium. Let your inner calm become a brilliant light that fills your entire being. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The Case of the Beryl Coronet. The snow fell that evening as though the heavens themselves had grown drowsy, each flake drifting down in its own unhurried time, spiraling through the amber glow of the gaslights that lined Baker Street. Inside our sitting room at 221B, the fire burned low and steady in the grate, its flames dancing in a rhythm that seemed designed to lull the mind into pleasant reverie. I sat in my familiar chair, a medical journal resting forgotten in my lap, my attention drawn instead to the mesmerizing patterns the firelight cast upon the ceiling. Holmes stood by the window, his silhouette framed against the soft darkness beyond the glass. He watched the snow with that particular stillness he sometimes adopted, a quietude that spoke not of restlessness, but of deep contemplation. The street below was muffled beneath its white covering, and the usual sounds of London, the clip-clop of hooves, the rattle of carriages, the calls of street vendors, had all softened to a peaceful hush. "Beautiful, is it not, Watson?" Holmes murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might disturb the tranquil scene, each snowflake following its predetermined path, yet appearing to dance with perfect freedom. I smiled, settling deeper into my chair. "You find order even in snowfall, Holmes?" "I find peace in it," he replied, and there was something in his tone that suggested he meant it sincerely. It was unlike Holmes to speak of peace, and yet the evening seemed to have cast its gentle spell even over him. The knock at our door came softly, almost apologetically, as though the visitor was reluctant to disturb the quietude. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs were equally gentle, and when she opened the door she spoke in hushed tones. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, there is a gentleman to see you, a Mr. Alexander Holder, of the banking firm Holder and Stevenson. Holmes turned from the window, and I saw by the firelight that his expression held no trace of his usual sharp eagerness. Instead, he nodded calmly. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind." The man who entered our sitting room a moment later carried with him the weight of worry, though he moved with the slow dignity of one accustomed to bearing burdens. He was a figure of perhaps 50 years, with silver hair that caught the firelight and deep lines etched around his eyes. The marks, I thought, not of age, but of care. His evening coat was dotted with melting snowflakes, and he brushed at them absently as he stood just inside the doorway, as if uncertain whether to proceed. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice soft and strained, carrying the faint rasp of exhaustion and unspoken dread. "I apologize most sincerely for intruding at this unconscionably late hour. I find myself plunged into such profound distress, such utterly terrible, soul-shattering distress that I scarcely know where to begin." Holmes, with a grace that belied the lateness of the hour, gestured toward the armchair nearest the flickering hearth, his movement deliberate, slow, and imbued with quiet reassurance, as if to envelop the visitor in an invisible cloak of calm. "Pray, do sit down, Mr. Holder. The night outside is bitterly cold, with the wind howling through the streets, and you have trudged here through the thick, muffling snow that blankets London. Warm yourself by the fire's glow, and relate your story at your own pace and your own words. There is absolutely no need to rush. We have all the time in the world." I found myself profoundly grateful for Holmes's unusually gentle and compassionate manner, a rare departure from his customary incisiveness. The poor man appeared utterly on the verge of physical and emotional collapse, his face ashen and drawn beneath the lamplight, and as he sank heavily into the cushioned chair, I could plainly see his hands trembling uncontrollably, the fingers twitching like leaves in a storm. Rising quietly so as not to startle him further, I crossed to the sideboard and poured a modest measure of brandy from our crystal decanter, the amber liquid glinting warmly, then pressed the glass firmly but kindly into his unsteady grasp. "Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson," he whispered hoarsely, his eyes meeting mine for a fleeting moment of gratitude before he took a cautious small sip, the spirit's sharp warmth evidently beginning to steady his nerves. The fire crackled softly in the grate, sending sparks dancing upward like fleeting fireflies, and for a brief, restorative moment, we all sat enveloped in a companionable silence, the room's cozy atmosphere a stark contrast to the wintry chaos beyond the windows, as we patiently awaited Mr. Holder to gather his fractured thoughts. Outside, the snow continued its serene, relentless descent, blanketing the world in a hush of white purity. "I am a banker by profession," he began at last, his voice gradually finding a measure of steadiness as he anchored himself to the familiar facts of his lifelong vocation. "For fully 30 years, I have conducted my business with the utmost discretion, integrity, and honor, building a reputation that has been the very cornerstone and proud foundation of my entire life's work and endeavours. He paused then, his gaze fixed intently into the hypnotic dance of the flames, as though searching their shifting patterns for elusive answers or perhaps a spark of hope amid his turmoil. Holmes sat in perfect statuesque stillness, his long sensitive fingers steepled thoughtfully beneath his sharp chin, his piercing eyes half closed in an attitude of profound, restful listening that invited complete confidence. 2 days ago, Mr. Holder continued, his tone growing firmer yet laced with lingering unease, I was approached by a client of the very highest social standing and impeccable repute. I am bound by confidentiality and cannot reveal his name, you must understand, who required a loan of truly considerable size and urgency. As security for this substantial sum, he offered me nothing less than a treasure of genuine national importance and historical significance, the renowned beryl coronet. Even in my half-drowsy, languid state by the fireside, where the warmth had lulled me into a pleasant haze, I immediately recognized the name with a jolt of intrigue. The beryl coronet was famous throughout the length and breadth of England, an exquisite masterpiece of intricate craftsmanship, adorned with a profusion of precious beryls, those rare gems of the deepest, most soothing and ethereal blue, evoking the tranquil hues of twilight skies at dusk or the serene, unfathomable depth of calm ocean waters under a summer moon. I was deeply reluctant at first, Mr. Holder confessed softly, his brow furrowing with the memory of that weighty decision. The immense responsibility seemed almost too great to bear, a burden that could crush a lesser man. But the loan was promised to be for only a scant few days, and the security, well, the coronet is utterly priceless, beyond any monetary valuation. In the end, I agreed, and with great care, I brought it home to my modest house in Streatham, where I sincerely believed it would be far safer under my personal watch than locked away in even the most impregnable bank vault. He took another tentative sip of the brandy, and I observed with quiet relief how the persistent trembling in his hands had begun to subside noticeably. The restorative magic of our snug sitting room, with its leaping fire, the faint scent of pipe tobacco lingering in the air, and the subtle tick of the mantel clock, working its gentle, healing influence upon his frayed spirits. I live a quiet, unassuming life there, Mr. Holmes, with my son Arthur, a young man of promising but perhaps wayward character, and my niece Mary, who has resided with us as family ever since she was tragically orphaned in her childhood. Last night, with the house settled into silence, I locked the coronet securely, or so I thought, in the top drawer of my bureau. I know now, in the harsh light of hindsight, that I should have taken far greater precautions, employed stronger locks or even a safe, but I could not have imagined the horror that was to unfold. I simply could not have thought such betrayal possible within my own walls. His voice trailed off into a heavy, anguished silence, the words hanging in the air like a pall, and Holmes leaned forward ever so slightly from his chair, his voice emerging as gentle and soothing as a lullaby sung to a frightened child. Something unforeseen and dreadful happened in the dead of night, did it not? I am a light sleeper, Mr. Holder said. Perhaps it is the burden of responsibility, but I wake at the slightest sound. Last night I heard a noise, so faint, like a footstep on carpet, barely perceptible. I rose and went to my dressing room, and there... He closed his eyes, and I could see the memory paining him. There I found my son Arthur holding the coronet, and it was broken. The word fell into the quiet room like a stone into still water, but even it could not disturb the fundamental peace that surrounded us. Holmes's expression remained calm, thoughtful. 3 of the barrels had been torn from their settings, Mr. Holder continued, his voice barely audible now. The gold was twisted where they had been wrenched free. My son stood there, frozen, the coronet in his hands. When he saw me, he refused to explain. He would say nothing of how it happened, nothing of what he was doing with it. He simply stood there, silent, as though struck dumb. And the missing barrels? Holmes asked quietly. Gone. Vanished. We searched everywhere, but they were not in the room, not in the house. Arthur was still fully dressed, though it was 3 a.m. His boots. Mr. Holder's voice caught. His boots were wet and covered in snow. The fire popped softly, sending up a gentle spiral of sparks. I found myself thinking of those missing gems, blue as summer midnight, lost somewhere in the snowy darkness of London. You believe your son has somehow disposed of them? Holmes asked, though his tone carried no judgment, only gentle inquiry. I cannot believe it, and yet the evidence... Mr. Holder spread his hands helplessly. He has been difficult lately, I confess. He keeps company with Sir George Burnwell, a man of questionable reputation. Arthur has run up debts, but to steal, to destroy something of such importance. I paid him his portion of his mother's inheritance just weeks ago. He has money. Why would he do such a thing? And your niece? Holmes asked. Miss Mary? At the mention of her name, Mr. Holder's expression softened, the lines of worry easing slightly. Mary is a light in our household, Mr. Holmes. She is gentle, kind, devoted to us both. She was awakened by the commotion and came to us in great distress. She has been as bewildered by this as I am. Holmes rose from his chair with slow grace and moved to the window once more, looking out at the snow-quieted street. I shall need to visit your home in Streatham tomorrow, Mr. Holder. For tonight, try to rest. These mysteries have a way of untangling themselves when we approach them with patience. Mr. Holder departed shortly after, moving like a man whose burden had been slightly eased simply by sharing it. As Mrs. Hudson showed him out, I stood and moved to join Holmes at the window. What do you make of it? I asked quietly. Holmes was silent for a long moment, watching the snow. I think, he said at last, that the truth is often gentler than we fear, Watson. We shall see tomorrow. That night I slept deeply, my dreams full of blue gems and falling snow, and when I woke, the morning was bright and peaceful, the world transformed by winter's soft hand. We took the train to Streatham. after a leisurely breakfast, and I found myself enjoying the journey through the snow-covered countryside. Holmes sat across from me, gazing out at the passing landscape with that same contemplative calm he had shown the evening before. The Holder residence was a handsome villa set back from the road, its gardens sleeping beneath their white blanket. Mr. Holder greeted us at the door, looking somewhat restored by rest, though worry still shadowed his eyes. "My son is in his room," he said quietly. "He has barely spoken since last night. And Mary, poor Mary, has been trying to comfort us both." Holmes nodded gently. "Before I speak with anyone, might I examine the site of the incident?" Mr. Holder led us to his dressing room, a comfortable chamber with a large bureau against one wall. Holmes moved through the space with unhurried thoroughness, his keen eyes taking in every detail. He examined the bureau, the window, the carpet. He said nothing, but I could see his mind working behind those half-closed eyes. Then he asked to see the coronet itself. Mr. Holder brought it forth from where it had been locked away, and even damaged as it was, the beauty of the piece was extraordinary. The remaining beryls glowed with that deep, peaceful blue, and the twisted gold work spoke of both the violence of the theft and the exquisite craftsmanship that had created it. Holmes held it carefully, turning it in the light from the window. "The beryls that were taken," he murmured. "They were from one side here, where the coronet would have bent if pressure were applied." "Yes," Mr. Holder confirmed, as though someone had grasped it and twisted. Holmes set the coronet down with infinite care. "Might I walk in your garden, Mr. Holder? I find that fresh air often clarifies thought." We bundled into our coats and ventured out into the crisp morning. The snow in the garden was largely undisturbed, save for a set of footprints that led from the house to the road. Holmes followed them with interest, but without his usual intensity. Instead, he seemed to be absorbing the scene as a whole, taking in the peace of the winter garden, the way the morning light glinted off the snow, the quiet stillness of it all. At the edge of the property, where the garden met the road, Holmes paused. Here the snow told a story. Two sets of footprints converging, then a confusion of marks as though a struggle had taken place, and there, barely visible in the disturbed snow, a small spot of darkness. Holmes knelt and brushed away the snow with gentle fingers. Beneath lay a few drops of blood, frozen in the morning cold. "Someone was injured here," I observed quietly. "Yes," Holmes agreed, standing. "But gently, Watson, not seriously. A cut hand, perhaps, or a scraped knuckle." He gazed down the road, where another set of footprints led away into the distance. "Come, I believe we should speak with Miss Mary." We found her in the morning room, a bright space that looked out over the garden. She rose as we entered, a young woman of perhaps 20 with fair hair and gentle eyes that were red from weeping. She twisted her hands nervously as she curtsied. "Miss Holder," Holmes said, his voice as gentle as I had ever heard it. "I wonder if you might help me understand the events of that night." She nodded, sinking back into her chair. I will try Mr. Holmes, though I fear I know very little. I was awakened by voices, Uncle Alexander and Arthur, speaking sharply to one another. When I came out, I found them in the dressing room, and the coronet. She pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. Poor Arthur stood there looking so strange, so lost. I cannot believe he would do such a thing. You are fond of your cousin, Holmes observed gently. I love them both, she whispered. My uncle has been so kind to me, and Arthur has his faults, but he is not wicked. He is not a thief. Holmes was silent for a moment, then asked with perfect delicacy, Miss Holder, did you leave the house at all that night? The colour drained from her face and her hands clutched the handkerchief more tightly. I went out into the garden, yes. I could not sleep, and I thought the cold air might calm me. And you saw no one? Nothing unusual? She shook her head, but I could see the lie in her eyes, and I knew that Holmes saw it too. Yet he did not press her. Instead, he simply nodded and thanked her for her time. As we left the room, Mr. Holder met us in the hall. Will you speak with Arthur? He asked hopefully. In a moment, Holmes replied, First, tell me, this Sir George Burnwell that you mentioned, where might I find him? Mr. Holder provided the address, and I saw a shadow cross his face at the mention of the name. Do you think he's involved? I think, Holmes said carefully, that all will become clear very soon. For now, let me speak with your son. Arthur Holder was a young man of perhaps 25, handsome in a dissolute way, with the look of one who has pursued pleasure without restraint. When we were shown into his room, he sat by the window, staring out at the snow-covered garden, and he barely glanced up as we entered. I have nothing to say, he muttered. I told my father, and I tell you now, I will not explain myself. Holmes settled into a chair with easy grace. I am not here to judge you, Mr. Holder. I am here to understand. Tell me this. Do you love your cousin Mary? The question caught Arthur off guard, and for the first time emotion flickered across his face. What has Mary to do with this? Perhaps everything, Holmes said softly. Perhaps nothing. But I think you know more than you have said. And I think your silence, however noble its intention, is causing more pain than truth would. Arthur turned away, and I could see the struggle within him, the desire to speak warring with his determination to remain silent. At last he shook his head. I cannot. Ask me nothing more. Holmes rose without frustration, only a kind of gentle understanding. Very well, but know this. The truth has a way of emerging regardless of our efforts to contain it, and when it does, it is often kinder than we feared. We left the Holder residence shortly after, and Holmes directed the driver not back to the station, but to the address Mr. Holder had provided for Sir George Burnwell. The house was a fashionable townhouse in a respectable neighbourhood, and when we were shown into the sitting room, we found Sir George himself lounging by the fire, a figure of elegant dissipation. Mr. Holmes, he drawled, barely looking up, to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Holmes settled into a chair, uninvited, and his voice, when he spoke, carried a new edge, still gentle, but with steel beneath. "Sir George, I believe you have in your possession 3 beryls that were taken from the beryl coronet 2 nights ago." Sir George's composure slipped, and his eyes darted toward Holmes with sudden wariness. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do," Holmes said calmly. "I think Miss Mary Holder brought them to you after she took them from her cousin Arthur, who had wrenched them from the coronet while preventing you from stealing it entirely." The words hung in the air, and I found myself piecing together the story as Holmes laid it out. Sir George's expression had gone cold and hard. "You have been courting Miss Holder," Holmes continued, his voice soft but relentless. "Perhaps you even convinced her that you loved her. And 2 nights ago, you persuaded her to open the window of her uncle's dressing room, allowing you entry. But Arthur, unable to sleep, heard something and came to investigate. He found you attempting to steal the coronet, and in the struggle that followed, he managed to grasp it. You twisted it from his hands, but could not free it entirely. 3 beryls came away, and you fled with them, leaving Arthur standing there with the damaged coronet, unable to explain without implicating Mary." Sir George said nothing, but his silence was confirmation enough. Mary, in her confusion and fear, retrieved the fallen beryls from the garden after the household was asleep and brought them to you, believing perhaps that she was helping you, or protecting you, or simply not knowing what else to do. Holmes leaned forward. "Return the beryls, Sir George. Return them now, and this matter can be resolved quietly, with minimal harm to anyone." For a long moment Sir George sat perfectly still. Then, with a bitter laugh, he rose and went to a cabinet, from which he withdrew a small velvet pouch. He tossed it onto the table between us. "Take them," he did harshly. "The girl is a fool, and her cousin is a greater fool for protecting her. They deserve each other." Holmes picked up the pouch with care, weighing it in his hand. "You will leave London, Sir George, today, and you will not attempt to contact Miss Holder again. If you do, this entire affair will become very public, and your reputation, such as it is, will be entirely destroyed." Sir George's face twisted with anger, but he nodded once sharply. We left him there, staring into his fire, and emerged into the peaceful winter afternoon. The return to Streatham was quiet, Holmes holding the precious pouch carefully. When we arrived at the Holder residence, the reunion was gentle and full of relief. Mr. Holder wept when Holmes placed the 3 beryls into his trembling hands, and his joy was so pure, so complete, that it filled the room like warmth from a fire. Arthur was cooled down, and when Holmes explained what had truly happened, how Arthur had discovered Sir George attempting the theft, how he had fought to save the coronet at the cost of his own reputation, how he had remained silent to protect Mary, the young man's eyes filled with tears. "I could not betray her," he said simply. "Whatever she had done, whatever foolishness she had fallen into, I could not be the one to expose her. Mary, when she learned the truth, was overcome with remorse and gratitude in equal measure. She knelt before her cousin, begging his forgiveness, and he raised her gently to her feet, holding her hands in his. "There is nothing to forgive," he said softly. "We have all been foolish, and we have all been fortunate. Let that be the end of it." Mr. Holder clasped Holmes's hand with profound gratitude. "How can I ever repay you?" "By being gentle with one another," Holmes replied quietly. "By remembering that love and loyalty are worth more than any treasure, even one of national importance." As we rode back to London in the gathering dusk, the train rocking gently beneath us, I felt the deep satisfaction of a case well solved, a family restored. Holmes sat across from me, gazing out at the darkening landscape where lights were beginning to twinkle in cottage windows, warm and inviting against the blue twilight. "You knew from the beginning," I said drowsily. "I suspected," Holmes corrected gently. Arthur's wet boots, his silence, the blood in the snow, all suggested he had been outside struggling with someone. The missing barrels suggested someone had fled with them, and Mary's distress seemed more than mere sympathy. The rest was simply following the threads to their source. And Sir George? "We'll trouble them no more," Holmes said with quiet certainty. "He's a coward at heart, and cowards flee rather than face consequences." The train carried us through the peaceful evening, and by the time we reached Baker Street, the lamps were lit and the snow had begun to fall once more, soft and steady. Mrs. Hudson had laid a fire in our sitting room, and as we settled into our familiar chairs, I felt the contentment of a day well spent, a mystery gently unravelled. Holmes took up his pipe and lit it, the aromatic smoke curling up toward the ceiling. Outside, London settled into its evening rhythms, muffled and softened by the falling snow. The firelight danced, casting shadows that moved with dreamy slowness across the walls. "The beryl coronet is restored," I murmured, feeling sleep beginning to tug at the edges of my consciousness. "The family is reunited. All is well." "All is well," Holmes agreed softly, his voice growing distant as my eyes drifted closed. "Sleep now, Watson. Tomorrow will bring its own mysteries, but tonight let there be only peace, and in that warm, quiet room, with the snow falling gently beyond the window and the fire burning low, I did sleep, deeply, peacefully, dreamlessly, knowing that in our world of fog and gaslight, of puzzles and shadows, there would always be solutions found, truths revealed, and at the end of even the darkest mystery, the gentle comfort of resolution and rest. The snow continued to fall through the night, covering London in its soft white blanket, and in homes throughout the city, people slept soundly, safely, as the world outside grew quiet and still, waiting peacefully for morning. Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Blue Carbuncle. Welcome, friend, to a quiet corner of Victorian London, a place of soft gaslight and deeper shadow, where the mind may settle and the body may drift toward rest. This is an installment of our Sherlock Holmes Sleep Stories, a place where even the most perplexing mysteries resolve into tranquility. It is Christmas Eve, and a profound stillness has fallen upon the great city. Outside the snug windows of 221B Baker Street, the London air is hushed, dampened by a steady, persistent snowfall. The flakes are large and lazily descending, catching the gentle orange glow of the street lamps, a scene painted in the softest whites and ambers. Here, high above the muted sounds of the street, the world feels very far away, safely muffled and composed. I sit in my favourite armchair, its leather worn to a comforting softness, letting my eyes graze the flames in the fireplace. They dance and whisper a low, hypnotic sound, a perfect counterpoint to the quiet scratch of a pen upon paper. For Holmes is, as is his frequent custom, absorbed in a monograph on the subtle variations of the human ear, a work he considers of far greater importance than my simple chronicles. Tonight, however, the silence is heavier, sweeter, edged with the peaceful anticipation of a holiday that seems, by its very nature, to compel rest. The room itself is steeped in warmth and shadow. The familiar clutter of Holmes's pursuits, a half-empty chemical retort, a collection of curious pipes, a formidable volume lying open upon a stool, all softened by the dim light, takes on the appearance of objects waiting patiently for morning. They are harmless sentinels, silent guardians of our sleep. There is no hurry here, no pressing appointment, only the slow rhythmic tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, measuring out time in gentle, unalarming increments. I feel my own weariness a pleasant, bone-deep relaxation, earned after a long day of attending to my small practice. The heat of the fire is a palpable velvet embrace against my skin. My thoughts are as meandering and slow as the smoke curling languidly from Holmes's Persian slipper. For yes, he keeps his tobacco not in a pouch, but sometimes in a slipper, another of his harmless, whimsical eccentricities. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice a low, resonant rumble that did not break the quiet, but seemed instead to deepen it. "Observe the snow." I turned my gaze to the window, letting my eyes blur just slightly, so that the flakes are no longer distinct, but a shimmering, dissolving curtain of white. "It is beautiful, Holmes, truly a night for quiet repose." "Quite so. It is an agent of peace, dulling the edges of the world. Yet even on such a night, the great human drama persists, like a faint, distant music attempting to carry over the gentle sound of the wind." He paused, and I waited, knowing that such a remark often preceded some curious detail he had gleaned from his immense, ever-whirring mind. But the silence settled once more, and I felt the pleasant heaviness return. I was very nearly asleep when a sudden dull thud from the street below brought me back, not with a jolt, but with the gentle rising awareness of a sleeper disturbed only by a dream. Holmes raised a delicate hand. "Ah, the persistent drama arrives." The sound was followed by a sharp, agitated rapping at our door. The quality of the knock suggested urgency, yet the deep layers of carpet and thick woodwork of the house absorbed its harsher edges, rendering it a muffled, almost polite insistence. A few moments later, Mrs. Hudson's kind, familiar face appeared at the door, her expression a mixture of apology and confusion. "Gentlemen, I am so sorry to disturb your evening. There is a small, rather frightened man below, quite breathless. He insists on seeing Mr. Holmes immediately." "Send him up, Mrs. Hudson, by all means," Holmes replied, rising smoothly from his chair. His movement was never rushed. It was a slow unwinding of a tightly coiled spring, graceful and without strain. He moved to the small table and adjusted the lamp, bringing its soft pool of light to bear upon the area of our consultations. The extra light was a gentle invitation, a beacon in the cosy twilight of our room. We heard the slow, heavy tread of the visitor upon the stairs. He was not a man accustomed to rushing, I observed, and the slowness of his climb suggested either great fatigue or profound apprehension. Each footfall was a soft, dull clump on the wooden risers, a simple rhythmic sound that nonetheless carried a certain weight. When the man entered, he brought with him a blast of cold, clean air and the faint, fresh scent of wet wool and snow. He was a small, rather stout individual, bundled up against the chill, his face round and red, his eyes wide and anxious. In his hand he clutched a rather battered old felt hat. He stood just within the doorway, breathing heavily, the condensation from his breath momentarily visible in the warm air. "Pray, step in, sir, and warm yourself by the fire," Holmes invited, his tone deeply reassuring, the very sound of a voice that commands safety and competence. "You have had a fall, I perceive." The man took a hesitant step toward the hearth, letting the blessed warmth wash over him. "A slight tumble, sir, nothing serious. Just a dreadful day, a dreadful day." He looked up, meeting Holmes's steady gaze, and a subtle shift occurred in his demeanour. The look of panic receded, replaced by a flicker of hope, the simple, quiet relief of a man who has finally reached a haven. "My name is Peterson, sir. I'm a commissionaire, and tonight I am a very perplexed and unfortunate man." Holmes gestured toward the seat I had vacated by the fire. "Sit down, Mr. Peterson. Take a full minute simply to breathe and allow the heat to penetrate your heavy coat. There is no urgency in this room, only stillness. When you're ready, you may begin your story, but do so without strain." Peterson settled into the chair. He did not immediately speak, but instead held his hands out to the flames, his shoulders slowly lowering from their tense position. I poured a small measure of brandy, its amber light catching the fire's glow, and offered it to him. He accepted with a nod of profound gratitude, raising the glass to his lips with a slightly trembling hand. The smell of the spirit, faint and clean, hung for a moment in the air, a final touch of comfort. The silence that followed was not awkward, but restorative. The snow continued its gentle work outside, and the fire continued its quiet, tireless heat. Finally, Peterson cleared his throat. "It began, Mr. Holmes, about 4 o'clock this afternoon, down near the corner of Goodge Street. I was passing by, just a man on his way home from work, when I saw a knot of people gathered under the gas lamp. There was a fine gentleman, A very well-dressed man, quite clearly the worse for drink, staggering and lurching down the street. A rather rough-looking fellow was following him, and I fear he had mischief in his heart. Peterson paused, taking another slow breath. The story was beginning to weave itself slowly and deliberately into the fabric of our quiet evening. The respectable gentleman in his state raised his cane and struck out at the ruffian. There was a sudden rush of people, an inevitable brief flurry of noise and confusion. I, being a man of peace and order, rushed to intervene. In the very instant of the scuffle, however, the well-dressed gentleman took to his heels and disappeared into the maze of the side streets. Holmes had closed his eyes, his head resting lightly against the back of his chair. He was not sleeping, but using the darkness to focus his mind, to build the scene in the tranquil theatre of his imagination. I was left then, Peterson continued, his voice now steadier, more narrative, with the rougher fellow whom I was holding until the police came. He was shouting and struggling, but the police arrived quickly and took him away. The crowd dispersed, and the street was suddenly empty and quiet once more. He shifted in his chair, and the movement was accompanied by a slight metallic rattle. But the respectable gentleman, in his haste and fear, had dropped two things. The first was his hat, which I now hold here. He indicated the battered felt object he held so protectively. The second, Mr. Holmes, was a goose. The word goose hung in the air, momentarily absurd against the backdrop of our intellectual sanctuary, yet possessing a certain gentle charm. It was a domestic detail, soft and ordinary, a simple creature that seemed harmlessly out of place in a tale of potential violence. A goose, Mr. Peterson? I asked softly. Yes, sir. A magnificent bird, almost snow-white, a magnificent Christmas goose that the gentleman was carrying home for his dinner. As I was collecting the hat, I found myself with the goose under my arm. There was no one about, so I simply took the two items to the police station. But the police have enough on their hands on Christmas Eve, and they said to hold on to the items until an advertisement could be placed in the morning papers. He looked down at the old hat in his lap, its brim soft and pliable from repeated handling. I took the hat home with me, and I took the goose, and this is where my strange, unsettling night truly began. My wife, Mr. Holmes, a kind and practical woman, said, "Peterson, that goose will spoil by tomorrow. As no one has claimed it, it is a great shame to let it go to waste." And so I agreed. She prepared it tonight, and when she cut it open, there in its crop... Peterson broke off, his breathing accelerating slightly, his eyes wide once more, but this time with something akin to awe rather than panic. He reached into the inner pocket of his heavy coat, and with a slow, deliberate movement produced a small, tissue-wrapped parcel. He laid it on the lamplit table between us. The linen paper was pristine white, its folds sharp. The whole room seemed to lean in slightly, quietly awaiting the revelation. Holmes, whose eyes were still closed, spoke, his voice almost a lullaby. "Unwrap it slowly, Mr. Peterson. Let the moment of discovery unfold with the dignity it deserves. Peterson's large, rather clumsy fingers were surprisingly gentle as they peeled back the tissue. The room was utterly still, the only sound the soft crinkle of the paper, and then it lay before us. It was a stone. No, not merely a stone, but a gem. It was of a size and brilliance that instantly commanded the attention, drawing every particle of light into its depth. It was a marvelous specimen, perfectly cut, its facets catching the warm lamp glow and fragmenting it into 1,000 internal fires. The colour was its most remarkable feature, a profound, deep sapphire blue, shot through with a flickering blood-red gleam, as if a living ember were trapped within its heart. It pulsed with a contained, silent energy, utterly alien and yet beautiful against the mundane surface of the wooden table. "Good heavens, Holmes," I whispered, feeling the quiet weight of the object upon the atmosphere of the room. It was not a violent or shocking weight, but the profound pressure of immense concentrated value. Holmes opened his eyes and they were instantly sharp, though the rest of his expression remained placid. He leaned forward slowly, his long, delicate fingers reaching out to touch the stone, with the utmost gentleness as if afraid to disturb its deep slumber. "This, Watson," he said, his voice dropping even lower, an almost reverent murmur, "is no common bauble. I see, Mr. Peterson, why you are so disturbed. This is the blue carbuncle." The name itself, exotic and ancient, seemed to resonate softly in the quiet room. It was a name that evoked lost dynasties, sealed vaults, and the cool depths of the earth. "The blue carbuncle," Holmes repeated, gazing into its colour, a blue that seemed to hold the very memory of a starless midnight sea. "It was stolen 3 days ago from the Countess of Morca's jewel case at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. A small-time plumber, one John Horner, was arrested on the circumstantial evidence of having been in the room, and he is protesting his innocence vehemently. The stone was valued at £20,000, indeed a king's ransom, and the news of its disappearance has been a source of public dismay." He picked up the great jewel, and its vast size dwarfed his fingertips. It was cold and smooth, and in the lamplight it took on a dreamlike quality, unreal in its sheer perfection. "And now, Mr. Peterson," Holmes concluded, setting the gem gently down, "it has been found most prosaically in the crop of a Christmas goose. The threads of the case, which seemed so tightly drawn, have suddenly become loose and silken, fluttering in a gentle breeze." Peterson, seeing his responsibility now laid before the greatest detective in London, let out a deep sigh of profound relief, a soft, gusting sound that seemed to release all the tension of his journey. "I am glad to be rid of it, sir. It felt too important for my simple life." "You have acted with admirable honesty and swiftness, Peterson," Holmes assured him. "Now I want you to take this jewel to Mrs. Hudson. Ask her to lock it securely in my strongbox in the bedroom. Then you shall have a glass of port and a moment of complete rest before you go home to your wife and your holiday." Peterson rose, his steps now much lighter, carrying the tissue-wrapped stone with great care. His exit was slow and quiet, the door closing behind him with a soft final thud. A deep, lovely silence returned to 221B Baker Street. The atmosphere was richer now, imbued with the quiet wonder, the unexpected jewel. The mystery had been presented not as a source of alarm, but as a subtle puzzle, a gentle stream of curious events that could be navigated with a quiet mind. Holmes now picked up the old, battered felt hat left behind by the respectable gentleman, turning it slowly in his hands. He didn't rush to deduction, but examined it with a contemplative slowness, allowing the subtle nuances of its wear to speak to him without urgency. The hat, Watson, is our starting point. It is a humble object, yet it carries the history of its owner written in the fibres of its felt. A hat is a silent confessor. He passed it to me, and I felt the weight of the soft, aged wool, its texture dry and slightly coarse. It is a large hat, Holmes, worn clearly but of fine quality once. It appears to be a matter of small consequence. On the contrary, Watson, on the contrary, look at the size. It is a 712. A man of large intellect, perhaps. Note the felt, the colour, a light brown, very faded. But observe the grease spots and the dust clinging to the sweatband. This hat has seen little rain and much indoor air. The marks on the brim, here where a ribbon once was, tell a story of small, persistent habits. This is not the hat of a man of active outdoor life. It suggests a man of sedentary pursuits, whose head is rarely uncovered. Perhaps indoors, perhaps a scholar, or a man of comfortable established means who works largely indoors. I felt the deep, pleasant relaxation of listening to Holmes's mind work. His observations, quiet and precise, wove a comforting tapestry of detail, a gentle unfolding of a human life from the simplest of objects. And look here, Watson, inside the brim, a small, barely visible smudge of green paint, an almost imperceptible stain. This man has recently been near fresh paint, perhaps supervising a small renovation or working in a place of art restoration. It is the faintest of clues, yet definite. He took the hat back, holding it under the direct soft lamplight. The owner, then, is a man of considerable brain power, probably middle-aged, perhaps in his late 30s, and certainly declining in fortune, as he wears a hat that was expensive, but is now clearly old and unbrushed. He is a man who valued his appearance, but now has less need or means to maintain it. Holmes placed the hat on the table beside the dazzling inert jewel. The contrast was striking. The vast, glittering value of the blue carbuncle next to the humble, fading quality of the old felt hat. The two were linked by a single frightened man and a Christmas goose. And this goose, Watson, the unwitting carrier of our fortune, it must have been purchased from a particular establishment. A poulterer, naturally, I murmured, allowing my eyes to drift toward the mesmerizing glow of the gem. Precisely, and given the haste of its unfortunate owner and the location of the scuffle, it is not unreasonable to assume a very local source. We do not chase phantoms, Watson. We follow simple, logical steps. We are not pursuing a villain tonight, but an explanation. Holmes walked slowly to the map of London tacked to the wall, his shadow stretching long and thin in the firelight. He placed a steady finger on the area of Goodge Street, the poulterer who sold a fine white goose, clearly a prized bird intended for a celebration. We seek the shop that would sell a goose magnificent enough to hide the blue carbuncle, yet close enough to the scene of the conflict to be a last-minute purchase. His voice was a soft, methodical drone, and the gentle repetition of the facts, the hat, the goose, the stoon, acted like a simple mantra, soothing and deeply relaxing. "But the hour is late, Holmes," I said, stretching out my legs towards the fire, feeling the pleasant heavy weight of sleep begin to press upon my eyelids. "Surely this can wait until the light of morning." Holmes smiled, a rare gentle expression that softened the keenness of his features. "Indeed, Watson, the pursuit of the solution need not be a frantic chase. We have the goose, and we have the hat. They are safe under our roof. The great city sleeps now, and we shall honor its repose. We shall take the first quiet steps toward resolution in the morning." He moved to the window, pulling the heavy velvet curtains across the glass, sealing us in the complete tranquil world of our room. The sudden exclusion of the pale street light made the fire seem warmer, the shadows deeper, and the scent of pipe tobacco more comforting. "The blue carbuncle," he said, his voice now a low whisper, almost a sigh, "rests now in a strong box, no longer a weapon of greed, but a silent, beautiful enigma. And the owner of the hat, whether he be victim or perpetrator, will be found not by violence, but by the quiet application of reason and the simple, patient footsteps of a new day." He came back to his chair, settling himself in with a rustle of his dressing gown. He picked up his violin, its polished wood gleaming softly in the low light. "Rest now, Watson. I shall play a simple, gentle air, a melody to soothe the fever of the day and prepare the mind for deep, untroubled slumber. Tomorrow the great game begins, but tonight there is only peace." He raised the violin to his shoulder, and the first note that emerged was pure, clear, and immensely calming. It was a slow, deliberate sound, a melody without tension or excitement, a lullaby woven from the softest strings. The music was like the falling snow outside, silent, pervasive, and utterly restorative. It filled the room, replacing all thought and all worry with a simple, resonant vibration. I closed my eyes, letting the slow, sweet notes of the violin wash over me. The warmth of the fire, the quiet presence of my friend, and the sturdy comfort of our walls wrapped around me like a gentle dream. The mystery of the blue carbuncle, the goose, and the battered felt hat all softened into tranquil images, fading into peace. The music slowed, each note suspended in the still air. The jewel no longer glittered but glowed faintly blue within the strongbox. The hat lay quiet, its story told. The city slept, the fire whispered, the case and the day were complete. Sleep came softly like a slow tide. When I awoke, the grate held only glowing embers, and the room shimmered with the silver light of a snow-bright Christmas morning. Holmes stood by the window, calm and observant in his blue dressing gown. "Good morning, Watson," he said. "A white Christmas, perfect for quiet reflection. The snow has cleansed the city. We have only a small thread of inquiry before us, something gentle to engage the mind before our dinner." On the breakfast table lay the old felt hat beside the teapot and toast rack, a humble relic beside the gem now resting safely away. "It is the goose, not the jewel, that must guide us," Holmes continued. "It was dropped in Good Street, clearly from a reputable dealer." He produced a small slip of paper. "Mr. Peterson returned this morning and recalled a label tied to the goose's leg. Mrs. Oakshott, 137 Brixton Road." I smiled at the homely clue. "That narrows the field considerably." "Precisely," Holmes said, reaching for his coat. "Let us take a cab to Brixton Road and follow the quiet thread. Through this calm, snow-covered city taking its holiday rest." Our journey through London felt like moving through a hushed painting. Snow lay thick upon the streets, muffling the cab's wheels to a soft crunch. The air was sharp and clean, carrying the faint music of church bells. Even the driver moved with quiet patience, as though honouring the tranquil grace of Christmas Day. At 137 Brixton Road, we found a modest shop, Breckinridge, poultry dealer, its sign faded but neat. The shutters were drawn, but a side door opened slightly, revealing a sharp-featured man with anxious eyes. Holmes spoke gently. "Good morning. No cause for alarm, sir. We seek only to trace the purchaser of a goose." The man hesitated, then let us into a small, warm back room. The air smelled pleasantly of clean poultry and simmering spice. "My name is Breckinridge," he said wearily, "and I've had nothing but trouble over these geese this Christmas." "Tell us simply," Holmes said soothingly. "We are interested in a fine white gander marked Mrs. Oakshott." Relieved to focus on facts, Breckinridge fetched a large, greasy ledger and turned its pages slowly. The faint rustle filled the still air. "Ah, here she is, Mrs. Oakshott. I sold her a dozen of my best 4 days ago. She runs a small breeding operation down by the markets. Every bird was marked and delivered to her. No mistake." Holmes inclined his head, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. "Excellent, Mr. Breckinridge. You've been most helpful. Please return to your holiday." We stepped back into the cold brightness of the street, breath fogging in the crisp air. "So, Watson," Holmes said softly, "the mystery simplifies itself. The entire flock went from Breckinridge to Mrs. Oakshott. She is the next link, the source of the bird that carried the blue carbuncle." Our journey to the markets where Mrs. Oakshott resided was conducted with the same measured, peaceful pace. The snow continued to lend the streets a clean, muffled stillness, and the very act of travel became a form of peaceful meditation. We found Mrs. Oakshott to be a large, kindly woman, surrounded by the remnants of her modest trade. She was sitting by a small, crackling fire in a back room, peeling vegetables for her Christmas meal. Her manner was open and honest, and she greeted us without suspicion, clearly a person of simple, untroubled conscience. "A goose, gentleman?" she asked, her voice rich and gentle. Oh, my heart went out to my 12 finest geese, but they all went to good homes with the holiday. I bought them from Breckenridge, and I sold them right here. To whom specifically did you sell them, Mrs. Oakshott? Holmes inquired, pulling up a low stool near the warmth of the small fire. Mrs. Oakshott consulted a small worn ledger. She read out the list of names slowly and clearly, her voice creating a soothing pattern of sound. There were several names, simple folk mostly preparing for their holiday feasts. "And the last one, madam?" Holmes prompted softly. She paused, tapping her finger gently on the final entry. "Ah, yes. The last one was bought late yesterday evening by a poor, frightened-looking gentleman named James Ryder. He is the head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan, where that terrible jewel theft took place. He seemed utterly distracted. He came here with a friend, a man named Maudsley, and they took the final goose right off my hands." Holmes closed his eyes momentarily, absorbing the information like a gentle ray of sunlight. The pieces were finally arranging themselves, not with a sudden crash, but with a quiet, satisfying click. And what became of that goose, Mrs. Oakshott? "Well, sir, poor Mr. Ryder had asked me to look after the bird for a few hours, as he had an errand to run. When he came back, there was a small mix-up. I had 2 brown speckled geese and the last of the white ones. I gave him the wrong bird, a speckled one, by mistake. He was so distracted he didn't notice. I kept the fine white one for my own dinner this morning, but I quickly realized my error and sent my husband out to trade the geese back at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. But by then, Mr. Ryder had left with the wrong bird." Holmes nodded slowly. A simple error, a classic case of mistaken identity. "And the original white goose, the one you intended to give to Mr. Ryder, where is it now?" "Ah, I sold that one, a short time later, to a quiet gentleman down on Good Street for his family's dinner." The chain was complete. The white goose, meant for Ryder, was sold to the man who later dropped it. On Good Street, the very goose that contained the blue carbuncle. Holmes stood up, his gaze soft and contemplative. "Thank you, Mrs. Oakshott. Your honesty has brought a great puzzle to a very gentle conclusion. You may now enjoy your meal with a completely clear conscience." We returned to Baker Street in the peaceful hush of Christmas afternoon, the mystery at last illuminated, needing only a quiet confrontation. Holmes sat before the fire, not gazing at the recovered blue carbuncle, but at the old felt hat that had begun the whole affair. "The trail, Watson, leads inevitably to James Ryder, head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan," he said. "He was desperate. He stole the jewel, hid it in the crop of a goose raised by his sister, Mrs. Oakshott, believing he could retrieve it later. But she sold him the wrong bird, and the true goose, carrying the gem, passed into another man's hands. So the innocent plumber Horner will be freed," I exclaimed. "Indeed, justice will be served quietly. Now for the final act." Holmes sent a calm, polite note summoning Ryder. Within the hour the man appeared, pale, trembling, and already near collapse. When he saw the shining carbuncle on the table, his strength failed him. He sank into a chair, face ashen. Holmes's voice was gentle, almost musical. "Mr. Ryder, we know the truth. You're not hardened, merely weak and frightened. Tell us the whole story and this wretched business can end." Ryder broke down completely. Between sobs, he confessed his temptation, his foolish hiding of the jewel in the goose and the horror of realizing the bird was gone. When his words were spent, Holmes rose and stirred the fire in silence. "Mr. Ryder," he said softly, "Horner is innocent. That wrong must be righted. As for you, your punishment is already within you. You have seen how greed destroys itself. This is Christmas, a time for compassion, not revenge. Go and mend your life." Ryder stared in disbelief, then fled into the falling snow, broken yet strangely redeemed. Holmes watched him go, then placed the carbuncle back into its box. The gem's cold brilliance seemed now only a relic of folly. "The case is concluded, Watson," he said. "The jewel is safe, the innocent man released, and the guilty one chastened by mercy. A resolution born not of punishment, but of the Christmas spirit." He drew the curtains, shutting out the dark, and the room filled with warmth and peace. The fire glowed softly. The city outside hushed under its white blanket. "Come, Watson," Holmes murmured. "Let us leave deductions for another day. The world is cold, but our hearth is warm. The mystery is ended. Nothing remains but rest." I sank into my chair, the quiet of Baker Street wrapping around me like a comforter. The fire whispered. Holmes sat serene, a faint smile playing at his lips. The blue carbuncle lay secure, silent in its box. Outside, snow fell over the great sleeping city. Within, all was stillness and gentle light. Every thought slowed, every breath deepened. The peace of Christmas, the calm after discovery, settled fully upon us, and in that perfect silence, I felt the soft, abiding contentment of a mystery resolved, and the world at last at rest. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the case of the copper beeches. The rain fell softly against the windows of Baker Street that April morning, each droplet tracing its own unhurried path down the glass. Inside our rooms, the fire burned low and steady in the grate, casting gentle shadows that swayed and danced across the familiar walls. I sat in my customary chair, a medical journal resting unopened in my lap, while across from me, Sherlock Holmes reclined in contemplative silence, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes distant and calm. The city beyond our windows moved at its own steady rhythm. The clip-clop of horses' hooves on wet cobblestones, the distant call of street vendors, the whisper of wheels through puddles. All of it seemed muted, softened, as though London itself had decided to speak in hushed tones this gentle spring day. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps ascended the stairs with her characteristic measured pace, and presently she appeared at our door announcing a young lady who wished to consult with Mr. Holmes. The visitor who entered our sitting room brought with her the fresh scent of rain and the quiet dignity of one who has known both hardship and hope. Miss Violet Hunter was a woman of perhaps 25. with a kind face and eyes that held an earnest, searching quality. She settled into the chair Holmes offered her with a graceful economy of movement, folding her hands in her lap as she gathered her thoughts. There was no urgency in her manner, only a thoughtful consideration, as though she had carried her question for some time and was now ready to lay it down, gently, before us. "Mr. Holmes," she began, her voice soft and melodious, "I find myself in a curious position, and I thought perhaps you might offer your perspective on whether I should accept an unusual opportunity that has presented itself." Holmes inclined his head with that characteristic gesture of patient attention that I had come to know so well. "Please," he said quietly, "take your time and tell us everything. Even the smallest details may prove restful places for the mind to settle." Miss Hunter explained that she had been working as a governess, a position that suited her temperament and education. Recently, however, she had been let go due to no fault of her own, simply the inevitable changes that come to all households in time. She had registered with an agency, and through them had received an offer from a Mr. Geoffrey Rucastle of the Copper Beeches in Hampshire. As she spoke, I found myself lulling into the gentle rhythm of her narrative. The salary offered was remarkably generous, £120 per annum, far exceeding what such positions typically commanded. Yet with this generosity came certain peculiar conditions that had given Miss Hunter pause. "He wishes me to cut my hair quite short," she said, touching the rich chestnut locks that framed her face. "He was most insistent upon this point, though he assured me it was merely a trifling matter of personal preference." Holmes's eyes remained half closed, his breathing even and measured. "And were there other conditions?" he asked in that soothing, almost hypnotic tone he sometimes adopted. "Yes," Miss Hunter continued, "I am to wear certain dresses that Mrs. Rucastle will provide, particular gowns in shades of electric blue, and at times I am to sit in a specific chair before the drawing-room window with my back to the glass and laugh or appear merry when instructed." The peculiarity of these requests hung in the air like mist, neither threatening nor alarming, simply curious. Outside, the rain continued its soft percussion, and the fire whispered its ancient song of warmth and comfort. Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his gaze turned inward. When he spoke, his words came slowly, like smooth stones dropping into still water. "The mind seeks patterns, Miss Hunter, even in rest. These requests form a pattern, though one whose meaning remains, for now, pleasantly obscured. Tell me, what is your impression of Mr. Rucastle himself?" "He seemed a jovial man," she replied, "perhaps 50 years of age, with a round, cheerful face. He laughed frequently, not in an unpleasant way, but with a genuine warmth. His wife, however, seemed more reserved, almost distant. They have one child, a son of 6 years, whom I would be responsible for educating. And you are considering this position despite its peculiarities?" I found myself asking, drawn into the gentle current of the conversation. "The salary is quite generous, Dr. Watson," she said with a small smile, "and I confess After the disappointment of losing my previous situation, the security of such an income is not something I can easily dismiss. Yet, something about these conditions troubles my rest at night. Holmes opened his eyes fully then, and regarded her with a look of genuine kindness. "Trust that quiet voice, Miss Hunter. The instincts that disturb our sleep are often wiser than the thoughts that occupy our waking hours. However, if you do decide to accept this position, I would ask that you write to us. Should anything seem amiss, should you feel unsafe or uncertain, you must promise to send word immediately. My friend Watson and I would come at once." Miss Hunter's face relaxed into an expression of relief, as though she had been carrying a weight and could now set it down. She promised to keep us informed and took her leave, descending the stairs with a lighter step than she had climbed them. The days that followed moved with the unhurried grace of clouds crossing a summer sky. Holmes occupied himself with minor matters, a question of a misplaced heirloom, the authentication of a painting, small puzzles that required more patience than urgency. I attended to my practice and my writing, and in the evenings we would sit by the fire speaking of inconsequential things or lapsing into companionable silence. Then, some weeks later, a letter arrived. Holmes read it aloud as I settled into my chair with my morning tea, the words drifting through the room like autumn leaves. Miss Hunter had accepted the position at the Copper Beeches. She had cut her hair as requested, and found that while strange, the sacrifice had not been as difficult as she had anticipated. The Rucastle family had received her warmly. Mr. Rucastle maintained his jovial demeanour, though Miss Hunter noted that his laughter sometimes seemed to go on a moment too long, like a bell that continues to ring after it should have fallen silent. She described the house itself, a substantial country residence surrounded by ancient trees, chief among them 2 magnificent copper beeches whose leaves caught the light with a warm metallic sheen. The grounds were extensive but somewhat wild, as though nature had been allowed to follow its own peaceful path without much interference. The peculiar requests had indeed been enacted, as Miss Violet Hunter detailed in her letter, arriving on a misty London morning. She had sat in the electric blue dress before the window, posture straight, gazing at the manicured lawns and distant road through the Hampshire countryside. Laughter came easily at first as Mr. Jeffro Rucastle told amusing stories from behind her. Tales of eccentric neighbours and childhood escapades that painted him as endlessly cheerful. Yet Miss Hunter sensed something contrived, as if the joviality were rehearsed to hide deeper motives. Through peripheral vision she noticed a solitary figure in the road beyond the gate, a man of middling height in a simple coat staring fixedly at the house like a sentinel in the dusk. When she asked about him, Mr. Rucastle's laugh faltered briefly, his eyes narrowing before he waved it off. "Pay him no mind, Miss Hunter. Just a harmless wanderer. Continue the performance. We mustn't spoil the entertainment." The momentary seriousness lingered in her mind like a shadow, but it was another detail that prompted her letter. a locked wing of the house, forbidden from the start. One evening, passing the heavy oak door at the corridor's end, she heard slow, heavy footsteps and a low, mournful cry, faint, sorrowful, quickly silenced. Next morning over breakfast, Mrs. Rucastle paled and busied herself with the teapot, murmuring, "It's nothing." Mr. Rucastle chuckled, but his mask slipped, revealing cold calculation beneath. "Old houses creak, Miss Hunter. Best ignore such fancies." His dismissal only deepened the mystery, compelling her to write us. Holmes set the letter on our Baker Street table, fire crackling, shadows dancing on walls of books and curiosities. He looked at me with calm determination. "A journey to Hampshire might restore us, Watson. Spring countryside soothes troubled minds, and Miss Hunter trusts us to honour her concerns." We prepared without haste. No rush, only purposeful movement to bring clarity and peace. I packed a valise with clothes, medical kit and notebook. Holmes reviewed notes, weaving her account into order. By evening, tickets secured, rain pattering lulled me to sleep with dreams of open skies. Next morning from Paddington. The train left London's brick and smoke for rolling hills, sheep-dotted fields and wildflowers along the tracks. The rail's rhythm was a steady heartbeat. Holmes sat opposite, eyes half closed, mind pruning details like a gardener. I savoured the landscape's peace, coal smoke mingling with fresh breeze, train whistles, cheerful calls, quaint villages passed, thatched cottages, church spires, a serene contrast to London's fog-shrouded alleys. Calm settled over me. The journey itself felt resolving. By early afternoon we reached the village near the copper beeches, cobblestone streets and a green under ancient oaks. Miss Hunter met us in a simple walking dress, face relieved yet composed. "Thank you for coming," she said steadily. "The family visits relations and returns this evening. Now is safest to show you." We walked lanes of humming hedgerows, fluttering butterflies, nodding wildflowers, and birdsong's liquid melody. Earth and hawthorn scented the air. Miss Hunter shared estate routines, lessons with young Master Rucastle, staff's peculiar kindness, the house's veiled secrets. The copper beeches stood at a gravel drive's end, two great trees presiding majestically, copper leaves shimmering like whispered secrets. The red brick, ivy-clad house with tall chimneys seemed quietly dignified. Inside, stillness invited reflection. Dust motes danced in afternoon light. Footsteps echoed softly on polished floors. Beeswax, flowers, and old books scented the air. Miss Hunter led to the forbidden wing. "I found the key on the hall table this morning," she said, producing it. I shouldn't have, but the sounds haunt me." Holmes inspected the door thoroughly, fingers tracing frame and lock. Fear guards empty rooms, or hidden truths. Let's see with respect. The key turned smoothly. The door opened to a dim passage, light striping faded floral wallpaper. Air was still but fresh, scented faintly with lavender. Another door yielded to the key. The room was simply comfortable. Bed with crisp linens, chair by the window table with worn poetry books, ink and paper. Walls soft cream, one landscape painting. In the chair, gazing at light through copper beeches, sat a young woman. pale, composed eyes deep with experience. Weary resignation bloomed into hope. Chestnut hair cascaded. She wore electric blue. "Please," she said softly, rising, voice refined, "you've come to free me?" Alice Rucastle, daughter by her father's first marriage, her mother dead since childhood, invited us to sit. In measured tones she told her story, sun warming her determined face. Her father was jovial yet iron-willed. Coming of age, she inherited her mother's fortune and met Edward Fowler. Modest means, excellent character, a clerk with honest ambitions. Their courtship was respectful, filled with countryside walks and shared dreams. Mr. Rucastle forbade it, seeing Fowler as a threat to controlling her inheritance. Alice insisted on marrying regardless. He confined her here, not cruelly but firmly, until she signed over her fortune for her good. Meals came regularly, books occupied her. Father visited her to plead or reason, but doors locked, windows barred. Her world was these walls, Beeches her only outward view. Miss Hunter's performance, in Alice's dress and wig, was to deceive Fowler, watching from the road, into thinking Alice happy and forgotten, breaking his resolve. "I won't yield," Alice said strongly. "I'd wait forever than betray my heart, but the loneliness weighs heavy." Holmes listened calmly, unsurprised. "Your courage is remarkable, Miss Rucastle. Your vigil ends today. Some wills are to be respected, not broken." We arranged departure deliberately. Miss Hunter resigned politely. Alice packed little, a satchel with clothes, mother's locket, books. Freedom needed no excess. We left unnoticed, locking doors behind. Outside, sun gilded the landscape. Beeches cast dancing shadows. Walking the lane amid wildflowers and rustling leaves, satisfaction settled like a warm blanket. No violence, no chase, only patient unravelling and restored freedom. On the evening train, Alice watched scenery with wonder, pointing out birds and farms. Miss Hunter beside her, friendship forming in quiet talk of futures. Alice reuniting with Fowler, Miss Hunter seeking dignified work. Holmes leaned back, smiling faintly. "Sleep and freedom are returns, Watson, to ourselves, to peace patiently claimed." Weeks later, news confirmed resolution. Alice married Fowler in a modest ceremony, inheritance secured with aunt's support. Mr. Rucastle retreated to his house, joviality discarded. Miss Hunter took a London position, writing of contentment. In Baker Street, routine resumed. Rain on windows, fire's warmth, city's hum. Cases came, we solved with methodical calm, finding meditation in order from confusion. Evenings, Holmes played slow violin melodies, or we sat silently by dying embers, thoughts comfortable. The copper beeches reminded me, confusion hides order, patience triumphs over haste. Freedom, like sleep, comes to those trusting life's unfolding. London settled, lamps out, carriages home, Thames reflecting moonlight. In our rooms, all was well. Puzzle solved, justice gentle, peace restored. Nothing more needed, tomorrow would unfold. Fire whispered to shadows. My eyes grew heavy. Holmes slept tranquilly opposite. Closing mine, I saw swaying beeches, heard Alice's freed voice, felt the train's rhythm to safety. Then only dreamless peace. Questions answered, troubles aside, healing rest at journey's end, patient and kind. The copper beaches vigil on, leaves whispering lullabies to the wind. Secret told, prisoner freed, they rest too. In peace sought patiently, always finding home. But I will not give in, Alice said with quiet strength, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze steady as she met each of our eyes in turn. I would rather wait here until the stars fade from the sky than betray my own heart, or surrender what is rightfully mine. Though I confess the waiting has been long and lonely, filled with endless days of reflection and nights where the silence presses in like a weight. I've read every book on that table twice over, written letters I'll never send, and watched the seasons change through that window. Each leaf on those beaches a reminder of time's inexorable passage. Holmes listened to all of this with an expression of deep calm, leaning forward slightly, his elbows on his knees, as though he had expected something very much like this revelation from the moment we received Miss Hunter's letter. There was no surprise in his features, only a profound empathy tempered by analytical detachment. "You have shown remarkable courage, Miss Rucastle," he said gently, his voice low and reassuring. "In the face of isolation and manipulation, you have held fast to your principles, a testament to the strength of the human spirit. But your vigil here is ended. You will leave with us today, and your father will find that some wills are not meant to be broken, only respected and allowed to flourish in freedom." We arranged everything with the same peaceful deliberation that had characterized our entire journey, moving through the steps as one might tend a garden, carefully, thoughtfully, without force. Miss Hunter would leave her position with a polite letter of resignation, drafted there in the room with Alice's input, expressing gratitude for the opportunity while citing personal reasons for her departure. Alice gathered her few belongings, a small satchel containing a change of clothes, a locket with her mother's portrait, and the books that had been her companions in solitude. She had little need of anything more than herself and her determination, for true freedom requires no excess baggage. As we prepared to leave, the atmosphere in the room shifted from one of confinement to liberation, the air seeming lighter, the light brighter. We slipped out of the wing unnoticed, locking the doors behind us as if nothing had transpired, and made our way through the quiet house to the front door. Outside, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky, painting the landscape in hues of gold and amber, the copper beaches casting long shadows that danced gently on the lawn. As we walked back down that country lane in the lengthening afternoon light, flanked by blooming wildflowers and the soft rustle of leaves, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction settling over me, like a comfortable blanket warmed by the fire. There had been no violence, no desperate chase, no melodrama to punctuate the resolution, only the patient unravelling of a puzzle thread by thread, and the restoration of a young woman to her rightful freedom. The birds continued their melodies, oblivious to the human drama, and the breeze carried the sweet scent of earth and growth, a reminder that life persists in its gentle cycles. We boarded the evening train back to London, the station platform bathed in the soft glow of sunset. Alice sat by the window, her face turned to the passing scenery, watching the landscape roll past with an expression of quiet wonder, as though she was seeing the world fresh for the first time after a long hibernation. The hills and fields blurred into a tapestry of greens and golds, and she occasionally pointed out a flock of birds or a distant farmhouse, her voice filled with the simple joy of rediscovery. Miss Hunter sat beside her, the two young women already forming the beginning of what I suspected would be a lasting friendship, bonded by shared experience and mutual respect. They spoke in low tones of future plans, Alice of reuniting with Edward Fowler, Miss Hunter of seeking a new position where her talents could shine without eccentricity. Holmes leaned back in his seat opposite me, his eyes half closed, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the scene with quiet approval. "Sleep and freedom are both forms of return, Watson," he said softly, his words carrying over the rhythmic clatter of the wheels. "Return to ourselves, to our own nature, to the peace that waits patiently for us to claim it, much like the countryside reclaims its wild beauty after winter's grasp." In the weeks that followed, letters and telegrams brought news of the aftermath, confirming the harmonious resolution we had set in motion. Alice Rucastle had indeed reunited with Edward Fowler, their meeting a tearful yet joyful affair in the home of her maternal aunts in London. With their support, she had asserted her legal rights, securing her inheritance against her father's claims. The wedding was a modest ceremony in a quaint chapel, attended by close friends and family, blessed by relations who valued her autonomy, and fortified by the financial independence that allowed them to build a life on their own terms. Reports described Alice as radiant, her chestnut hair flowing freely, her electric blue dress a symbol of reclaimed identity. Mr. Rucastle, faced with the irrevocable loss of both his daughter and his scheme, had retreated into the seclusion of his country house. His jovial mask, once so meticulously maintained, had finally been set aside, replaced by a sombre introspection. Whispers from the village suggested he spent his days wandering the grounds under the copper beeches, perhaps reflecting on the folly of control, though no one dared approach him directly. Mrs. Rucastle, ever the silent partner, remained by his side, the household continuing in a subdued routine. Miss Hunter found a new position with a family in London, one that valued her abilities as a governess, without demanding strange performances or sacrifices of personal dignity. She wrote to us occasionally, her letters full of contentment and quiet satisfaction. Descriptions of lively pupils, cultural outings to museums and theatres, and the simple pleasures of city life balanced with visits to the parks where she could enjoy a semblance of countryside tranquility. As for Holmes and myself, we returned to our comfortable routine in Baker Street. where the familiar rhythms of daily life enveloped us like an old, well-worn coat. The rain continued to visit our windows in gentle patters, the fire to warm our rooms with its crackling embrace, and the city to hum its eternal song beyond our walls, a symphony of horse-drawn carriages, street vendors' calls, and the distant chime of church bells. We took cases as they came, each one a new puzzle to engage our minds, solved with the same methodical patience that had unravelled the mystery of the copper beeches. In this work, we found its own form of meditation, the bringing of order to confusion, light to shadow, peace to troubled minds, a quiet fulfillment that needed no acclaim. On evenings when the day's work was done, we would sit in our armchairs as twilight deepened into night, the gas lamps outside casting a soft glow through the curtains. Holmes would play his violin sometimes, drawing slow, melancholic melodies from the strings that seemed to drift through the rooms like incense, evoking distant memories and unspoken emotions. Other times we would simply sit in companionable silence, watching the fire burn down to glowing embers, each of us lost in our own comfortable thoughts, reflections on human nature, the intricacies of fate, or the simple beauty of a well-brewed cup of tea. The memory of the copper beeches stayed with me, not as a tale of danger or high drama, but as a gentle reminder that even in the midst of confusion, there is an underlying order waiting to be discerned. Patience often succeeds where haste fails, allowing truths to emerge in their own time, like flowers blooming after rain. And freedom, like sleep, comes to those who trust in the natural unfolding of things without the need for force or confrontation. Outside our windows, London settled into its own rest as night fully claimed the city. Lamps were extinguished in windows across the streets, casting neighbourhoods into soft darkness, punctuated by the occasional flicker of a candle. The last carriages rolled home through quiet avenues, their wheels whispering over cobblestones. The Thames flowed on in its ancient course, a silvery ribbon under the moon, reflecting stars and moonlight with equal serenity, indifferent to the dramas of those who dwelled along its banks, and in our rooms in Baker Street, all was well. The world had righted itself once more, the scales of justice tipped gently back into balance. The puzzle had been solved, not through confrontation but through understanding. Justice had been served in the quietest of ways, and peace had been restored to those who deserved it. There was nothing more that needed doing, nothing that required our immediate attention. We could simply be, resting in the knowledge that we had done what needed to be done, and that tomorrow would take care of itself, unfolding in its own measured pace. The fire whispered its final secrets to the shadows, the embers pulsing with a fading warmth that mirrored the contentment in my heart. My eyes grew heavy with that pleasant weight that comes at the end of a day well spent, a fatigue born of purpose fulfilled rather than exhaustion. Across from me, Holmes had already drifted into peaceful sleep, his breathing slow and even, his angular features relaxed into an expression of complete tranquility, free from the burdens of unsolved enigmas, I let my own eyes close, surrendering to the pull of a rest, my breathing deepening and slowing in harmony with his. In my mind, I saw again those copper beeches swaying in the evening light, their leaves catching the last rays of the sun in a dance of russet and gold. I heard again the soft sound of Alice Rucastle's voice, finally free to speak her own truth, unburdened by walls or expectations. I felt again the gentle rhythm of the train carrying us all toward home and safety, each clack of the wheels a step toward resolution. And then I felt nothing but the deep, dreamless peace of perfect rest, that blessed state where all questions are answered, all puzzles solved, all troubles laid gently aside like forgotten garments. The sleep that comes when the day's work is done and done well, wrapping around the soul like a soft shroud. This sleep that heals and restores, mending the subtle fractures of the spirit. The sleep that waits for all of us at the end of every journey, patient and welcoming and infinitely kind. A universal embrace that knows no distinction between detective and damsel, villain and victim. The copper beeches keep their vigil still, somewhere in the Hampshire countryside, their branches reaching toward the heavens, their leaves whispering ancient lullabies to the English wind that carries them across fields and streams. But their secret has been told, their prisoner freed, their purpose served in the grand tapestry of human affairs. They can rest now too, as we all rest, in the gentle certainty that peace, once sought with patience and pursued with quiet resolve, will always find its way home, guided by the invisible threads of fate and the enduring power of truth. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the 5 Orange Pips. The rain fell upon London like a lullaby, each droplet finding its own gentle rhythm against the windowpanes of 221B Baker Street. It was the kind of rain that belonged to September evenings, unhurried, persistent, and oddly comforting in its constancy. The sound was almost musical, a soft percussion that seemed to slow time itself, inviting the mind to drift and wander through pleasant memories and half-formed dreams. Inside our familiar rooms, the fire burned low and golden, casting amber shadows that swayed and danced across the Persian slippers hanging by the mantelpiece and the rows of leather-bound volumes that lined the walls. The coals glowed with that deep, steady warmth that speaks of long burning, of energy released slowly and gently into the evening air. Occasionally a coal would shift with the softest whisper, sending up a brief spray of sparks that winked out like tiny stars, and the fire would settle again into its eternal meditative glow. I had settled into my armchair with a pleasant heaviness in my limbs, the kind that comes after a long day of simple, satisfying work. My medical practice had been gentle with me that day. Nothing urgent, nothing distressing, and now the evening stretched before me like an invitation to rest. The leather of the chair had moulded itself to my form over years of use, and it embraced me now like an old friend, supporting every weary muscle and aching joint with perfect understanding. Holmes sat across from me in his customary position, fingertips pressed together in that thoughtful steeple, his keen eyes half closed as he observed the patterns the firelight made upon the ceiling. He wore his mouse-coloured dressing gown, that comfortable garment he reserved for quiet evenings at home, and his whole aspect was one of peaceful contemplation. There was no restlessness in him tonight, no nervous energy demanding outlet, only a tranquil awareness, as though he were a part of the room itself, another element of the restful atmosphere that surrounded us. "A perfect evening for reflection, Watson," he murmured, his voice barely rising above the soft crackle of the coals. "The rain encourages introspection, don't you find? It draws us inward, away from the clamour of the streets, away from the rush and tumult of daily life. On evenings such as these, even the great city becomes quiet, contemplative. Listen, you can barely hear the carriages passing below." I nodded, already feeling the pull toward drowsiness, that delicious sensation of consciousness beginning to blur at its edges. The warmth of the room seemed to wrap around me like a blanket, and I let my eyes drift half closed, content simply to exist in this moment of quietude. Outside, the gas lamps on Baker Street flickered through the rain-streaked windows, their light diffused and softened, creating halos of gold in the gathering darkness. Somewhere distant, a church bell tolled the hour with deep, resonant notes that seemed to come from another world entirely. "Do you know, Holmes?" I said softly, my voice thick with approaching sleep. "I believe these are my favourite hours. Not the excitement of the chase, nor even the satisfaction of a case concluded, but these peaceful interludes between mysteries, when we can simply rest and be grateful for the comfort of home. You're a man who appreciates the value of stillness, Watson," Holmes replied, a note of genuine warmth in his voice. "It is one of your finest qualities, and one I confess I'm still learning to cultivate. Your presence here reminds me that not everything must be analysed and understood. Some things need only be felt and enjoyed." It was then we heard the slow, measured footsteps upon the stairs, not the hurried clatter of urgency, but the careful tread of someone gathering courage with each step. The sound seemed to blend with the rain, becoming part of the evening's gentle rhythm rather than the interruption of it. Holmes opened his eyes fully, though his expression remained one of serene interest rather than alert tension. "A visitor," he said softly, "carrying a weight that is not physical but emotional. Listen to the hesitation between steps, Watson. This is someone who has wrestled with whether to come here at all, who has walked past our door perhaps twice already this evening, before finally deciding to climb these stairs. The third step from the bottom creaked just now, and then there was a pause. He nearly turned back even then. The knock, when it came, was gentle, almost apologetic, as though the visitor feared disturbing the peace of the evening. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up, muffled and soothing, and then she opened our door to admit a young man of perhaps 30 years. He was tall and lean, with an honest face that bore the traces of sun and wind, the marks of a life spent outdoors, though his dress was that of a gentleman. His clothes were damp from the rain, droplets still clinging to the shoulders of his coat, and in his hand he clutched a worn envelope as one might clutch a talisman. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" he asked, his voice quiet and respectful of the evening's peace. "I apologize for the lateness of the hour. My name is John Openshaw, and I have come a long way with a story that has troubled my sleep for many nights. I should not intrude upon your rest, but I was told you might help me find peace of mind." Holmes gestured to the chair beside the fire with a graceful movement of his hand. "Please sit, Mr. Openshaw. The rain has made the evening long, and we have time aplenty. There is no intrusion. You're welcome here. Watson, perhaps you might pour our guest some brandy. The chill of the rain is in his clothes, and warmth will help him tell his story more easily." I rose with the pleasant sluggishness of contentment and moved to the sideboard where the crystal decanter caught, and multiplied the firelight. I poured 3 glasses of brandy, the amber liquid catching the glow like liquid gold, warm and inviting. The familiar ritual of hospitality was itself soothing. The weight of the decanter in my hand, the soft clink of crystal, the rich scent of the brandy that spoke of oak casks and patient aging. Openshaw accepted his glass with a grateful nod and settled into the chair, his shoulders gradually relaxing in the warmth of our sanctuary. He took a slow sip, and I watched as the tension seemed to drain from him, replaced by a kind of weary relief at having finally arrived at a place where he might be understood. "Begin at the beginning," Holmes said softly, his voice like warm honey, "and take your time. There is no urgency here, only the desire to understand. Let the story unfold at its own pace, and do not trouble yourself with rushing toward the end. Often, the journey through a tale is as important as its conclusion." Openshaw took another slow sip of his brandy and began to speak in a voice that matched the evening's gentle mood. "My story begins not here, but in America many years ago with my uncle Elias. He was a planter in Florida, a man of considerable means who lived through the great turmoil of the Civil War. In those days he stood with the South, and it is said he held a position of some importance, though he rarely spoke of those times when I knew him." The young man's words wove themselves into the tapestry of the evening, becoming one with the sound of rain and fire. I found myself sinking deeper into my chair, letting the story wash over me like a peaceful stream, carrying me gently along its current. "He had vast lands there," Openshaw continued, his voice taking on a dreamy, reminiscent quality, with long avenues of moss-draped oaks and fields that stretched to distant horizons. He told me once of mornings there, when the mist would rise from the warm earth, and the air would be thick with the scent of orange blossoms. It was a different world from England, warmer, slower, heavy with the weight of history and old sorrows. I could picture it in my mind's eye, those southern landscapes so foreign to our London fog and rain, yet possessing their own kind of beauty, their own mysteries. After the war ended, Uncle Elias left all that behind. He returned to England and took up residence at Horsham. in an old house surrounded by ancient oaks and quiet gardens. The house had belonged to our family for generations, and it welcomed him back as though he had never left. It was there I came to live with him. For my own parents had passed when I was young, and Uncle Elias welcomed me with genuine warmth. Those were pleasant years, Mr. Holmes. Slow, peaceful years filled with gardening and reading and long walks through the countryside. Holmes listened with his eyes half closed, absorbing every detail with that remarkable mind of his, yet his posture remained relaxed, almost meditative. The firelight played across his angular features, softening them, and for a moment he looked less like the sharp-eyed detective of legend and more like a wise old sage, content to receive the stories of those who sought his counsel. "Tell me about the house at Horsham," Holmes said gently. "I find that places often hold the key to understanding the events that unfold within them. Was it a happy house?" "It was," Openshaw replied with a slight smile, the first I had seen on his face. "There was a library with tall windows facing south, where the afternoon sun would stream in and turn the dust motes into drifting gold. Uncle Elias would sit there for hours, reading or simply watching the gardens. There was a conservatory where he grew orchids, delicate things that required patient, gentle care. And the gardens themselves were a wonder, especially in spring when the apple trees bloomed and filled the air with sweetness. The description was so vivid, so peaceful, that I felt as though I could smell those apple blossoms myself, could feel the warm southern sun through those tall windows. "You paint a tranquil picture, Mr. Openshaw," Holmes said softly. "Tell me, when did the first ripple disturb these still waters? For I sensed that something did, eventually, though it was subtle at first, a shadow at the edge of paradise." "It was in March of 1883, Openshaw replied, his voice remaining soft and contemplative rather than agitated. "A letter arrived from India, from Pondicherry, with a curious inscription upon the envelope. The letters KKKK were written in red ink, and inside Uncle Elias found only 5 dried orange pips. The image was strange, certainly, yet Openshaw described it with such dreamlike calm that it seemed almost otherworldly, a detail from a fairy tale rather than something to inspire fear. I pictured those small seeds, dry and light, tumbling from an envelope onto a writing desk, and there was something almost hypnotic about the image. 5 orange pips, such innocent things in themselves, seeds that might have grown into trees bearing sweet fruit, yet here they were, dried and dead, carrying some meaning that remained obscure. My uncle's face changed when he saw them," Openshaw continued, speaking slowly, each word measured and peaceful. Not with panic or alarm, but with a kind of deep recognition, as though he were remembering something from long ago, something he had perhaps hoped was forgotten. He stood very still for a moment, holding the envelope, and then he asked me to build up the fire, though the evening was not cold. I did as he asked, and he burned the envelope and the pips, watching them turn to ash with a faraway look in his eyes. Holmes nodded gently, his fingers still pressed together, encouraging the narrative to continue at its own unhurried pace. That night, Uncle Elias spoke to me of old times, not with distress, but with the contemplative air of someone reviewing a long and complex life. He told me he had once been part of something in America, an organization that had sought to maintain order as they understood it during those chaotic years after the war. But he had left that life behind, he said, and come to England to find peace in his later years. He had hoped that the distance, both in miles and in time, would allow him to simply fade from memory. The brandy warmed us all, and the fire settled into an even deeper glow, the coals pulsing with inner light like a gentle heartbeat. Outside, the rain continued its eternal, soothing rhythm, and I felt myself drifting on the current of Openshaw's words, following the story wherever it might lead. The curious thing, Mr. Holmes, is that Uncle Elias seemed almost relieved after that night, as though the arrival of the Pips had resolved some long-held tension, some question he had been carrying for years. He set his affairs in order with a calm thoroughness, made his will with careful attention to every detail, and spent his remaining days in quiet contentment. He worked in his conservatory, tending his orchids with even greater gentleness than before. He spent hours in the library, reading poetry rather than the histories and newspapers he had favoured. He seemed to be savouring each moment, each small pleasure. And his passing? Holmes asked quietly. When he passed some weeks later, it was peacefully in his sleep, as natural a departure as autumn leaves falling from trees. The doctor found nothing untoward, no sign of violence or distress. His heart simply stopped in the night, and he went from sleep into that deeper sleep from which there is no waking. It seemed a gentle end to a long and complicated life. I felt myself drifting, the story becoming like a dream, and I had to pull my attention back to listen more closely. The warmth of the fire, the steady rhythm of the rain, the soft cadence of Openshaw's voice, all conspired to draw me down into pleasant drowsiness. My father, Uncle Elias's younger brother, inherited the estate and came to live at Horsham, Openshaw continued. He was a gentler soul than his brother, a man who loved books and music and had never travelled far from England. He moved into the house with joy, delighting in the gardens and the library, and invited me to stay on as his companion. For 2 years, all was well. The house was peaceful, the gardens flourished under my father's loving care, and we lived in gentle routine. We would breakfast together in the morning room, work in the gardens during the day, and read aloud to each other in the evenings. It was a simple, happy time. Holmes shifted slightly in his chair, but his eyes remained half closed, his expression serene. He was like a priest hearing confession, I thought, receiving these stories with compassion and understanding, without judgment. Until this January passed, Openshaw said, and his voice remained steady, tinged with sadness but not fear, when a second envelope arrived, again from India, again marked with KKK, again containing 5 orange pips. "And your father's reaction?" Holmes asked. his voice barely more than a whisper, as though he feared disturbing the delicate thread of the narrative. Like his brother before him, he seemed to recognize their meaning, though he would not speak of it clearly to me. But unlike Uncle Elias, my father had never been part of anything in America. He had lived his whole life in quiet England, yet somehow he understood what the pips meant. Perhaps Uncle Elias had told him long ago what to expect should they ever come. My father too became contemplative, set his affairs in order with the same calm thoroughness, and made provision for me in his will. He spent his last weeks much as Uncle Elias had, savouring the small pleasures, tending the garden, reading poetry in the afternoon light. The pattern was emerging now, clear and strange, like a design seen through frosted glass. 2 men, 2 envelopes, 2 peaceful passings. There was mystery here, certainly, but not the harsh, violent mystery of crime novels. This was something gentler, more philosophical, a slow unfolding of consequences from events long past. And like his brother, Openshaw concluded, he passed peacefully in his sleep not long after. The doctor attributed it to natural causes, a weak heart perhaps, finally giving out. There was no sign of foul play, no evidence of anything unnatural. He simply went to sleep one evening and did not wake. The mystery deepened, yet Openshaw's telling kept it wrapped in softness, as though we were discussing events from a distant storybook rather than real tragedies that had touched his life. There was something almost ritualistic about it, I thought. This pattern of envelope and pips, of contemplation and peaceful passing, as though death had announced itself politely and waited for these men to prepare themselves. And now, I suspect, a 3rd envelope has arrived, Holmes said quietly. His deduction offered not as a dramatic revelation, but as a gentle observation, like noting that the rain had intensified or the fire had shifted. Openshaw nodded slowly and carefully, withdrew from his pocket an envelope identical to those he had described. The paper was yellowed with age and handling, and there, written in faded red ink, were those mysterious letters, KKTK. The postmark showed it had come from East London, brought back across the ocean that Uncle Elias had crossed so many years before. He opened it with steady hands, and 5 small orange pips rolled onto the table between us, dry, brittle things that seemed impossibly light and innocent. They lay there in the firelight, casting tiny shadows, and I found myself staring at them with a kind of fascination. Such small things to carry such weight of meaning. They arrived 3 days ago, Openshaw said softly. I am the last of my line, Mr. Holmes, the last who carries the name and the memory. I do not fear death itself, for I have seen it come peacefully to those I loved. But I confess I am weary of mysteries, and would understand what this all means before I too find my rest. I would like to know why these small seeds have travelled so far, crossing oceans and decades, to arrive at my door. Holmes reached out with his long, delicate fingers and carefully picked up one of the pips, holding it up to the firelight, as though it were a rare gem requiring careful study. He turned it this way and that, examining its surface, its weight, its essence. In that moment I saw the beauty of his mind at work, not in a flash of excitement, but in a slow, thorough consideration of every angle, every possibility. The orange pip is native to warm climates, he said eventually, his voice like warm honey flowing slowly. Spain, India, the southern states of America, they are associated with warmth, with sweetness, with life and growth. Yet dried, as these are, they become something else, a remembrance of warmer days, a token of something that once was but is no more. He set the pip down gently, with great care, as though it were precious. The orange pips are a signature, Mr. Openshaw, he continued. A calling card, if you will. They represent not a threat of violence, but a reminder of membership, of old loyalties that reach across oceans and years. Your uncle was indeed part of an organization in America, the Ku Klux Klan, I believe, though I mention this not to judge but merely to understand. They used such symbols, such rituals to bind their members together and to identify themselves to one another. Openshaw nodded slowly, unsurprised. I suspected as much, though he never spoke the name directly. These pips, Holmes went on, his voice remaining gentle and reassuring, are sent to mark those who once belonged, who knew certain secrets and perhaps held certain papers or evidence. But consider, Mr. Openshaw, and this is important, your uncle and your father both passed peacefully in their sleep of natural causes verified by doctors. The pips did not bring violence or harm. They brought something else entirely. What did they bring? I asked, drawn into the conversation despite my drowsiness. Closure, Holmes said simply. Permission to rest. Your uncle had been waiting, I think, for many years. He had left his old life behind, but some part of him wondered if it would ever truly be finished, if he would ever be free of it. The pips told him that he was seen, that he was remembered, but also that his time was complete. He could set his affairs in order with clear conscience and depart this world in peace. The interpretation was so gentle, so kind, that I felt tears prick at my eyes. Openshaw too seemed moved, his expression softening with something like relief. You believe they wish only for me to acknowledge this history? He asked, his voice growing softer, more hopeful. To close this chapter that has been open for so long? I believe, Holmes said gently, leaning forward slightly in his chair, the firelight warm on his face, that somewhere in your uncle's papers there are documents relating to his time in that organization. Letters, perhaps, or membership records, or evidence of actions taken long ago. Find them, gather them together, and send them to the address that these envelopes came from, or if there is no address, simply burn them as your uncle burned the first pips. Release yourself from this inheritance of secrets, and you too will find peace. The solution was so simple, so calm, that it seemed to dissolve the mystery like morning mist under gentle sun. There was no danger here, no threat of violence or harm, only old men somewhere, perhaps in India or America, or even here in London, keeping track of loose ends, ensuring that the past stayed buried where it belonged. Openshaw sat quietly for a long moment, processing this interpretation, and then he smiled, a genuine smile of release and understanding. "I will do as you suggest, Mr. Holmes. There is indeed a locked trunk in the attic, containing my uncle's old papers from his American years. I have never opened it, respecting his privacy even in death. But I shall go through it tomorrow, find what must be found, and send it all away. I no longer wish to carry what was never truly mine to bear." "And then," Holmes said softly, "you will sleep easily, knowing that you have fulfilled the last obligation of your family's history. You are young still, Mr. Openshaw. You have many years ahead of you, years to fill with new memories, new joys, unburdened by the shadows of the past." Openshaw rose slowly, finishing his brandy with a final, appreciative sip. He shook Holmes's hand with genuine warmth, and then mine as well. "Thank you," he said simply. "I came here burdened with dread, walking through the rain with a heavy heart, and I leave with only simple tasks ahead of me. You have given me the gift of an untroubled sleep, and I'm profoundly grateful." We saw him to the door, and Mrs. Hudson appeared to show him out, her kindly face wreathed in smiles. His footsteps descended the stairs with a lighter tread than when he had climbed them, and we heard the front door open and close, returning him to the rain-washed streets of London. Holmes and I returned to our chairs by the fire, which had burned down even lower now, the coals glowing like distant suns in a universe of ash. The rain had softened to barely more than mist, a gentle susurrus against the windows that was less sound than feeling, a whisper of water against glass. "Do you believe he will sleep well tonight, Holmes?" I asked, my own eyes heavy with approaching sleep, my voice thick and slow. "I do, Watson. I truly do. Sometimes the greatest mysteries have the simplest solutions, and the most profound relief comes from releasing burdens we were never meant to carry. He will go home to Horsham tomorrow, climb to that attic he mentioned, and open that old trunk. He will find papers yellowed with age, letters written in a hand he recognizes, documents that speak of another time and place, and he will gather them all up, gently, respectfully, but firmly, and he will send them away or burn them. Either way, he will be free." I thought about the orange pips, those small seeds that had seemed so ominous in the telling, but were really only symbols, dried fruit from a distant place, carrying a message that had finally been heard and understood. In Holmes's gentle interpretation, even they had lost their power to disturb. They were simply messengers, performing one last service before fading into memory. "And what of those who sent them?" I murmured, already half lost to drowsiness, my words slurring together in that pleasant way that precedes deep sleep. "They too seek closure, Watson. Old men, perhaps, far from their homes, tying up the loose ends of a life lived long ago, ensuring that secrets remain buried and the past stays peacefully in the past. There is no malice in it, only the tidying up of history, the careful arrangement of memory so that all can rest easily. They have fulfilled their duty as they understand it, and now they too can sleep." The room seemed to grow even warmer, even softer, as though the very walls of Baker Street were embracing us, The rain had stopped entirely now, and in the silence that followed, I could hear the distant sound of London settling into sleep. A carriage passing in some far street, the call of a night watchman, the soft hoot of an owl in one of the squares. I let my head rest against the back of my chair, my eyes fully closed now, and I pictured Openshaw returning to Horsham, to that peaceful house with its gardens and library. I saw him climbing to the attic in the morning light, dust motes dancing in the beams that came through the small window. I saw him opening the trunk, lifting out the papers, reading through them with quiet understanding. And then I saw him building a fire, not in fear or haste, but with calm deliberation, and feeding the papers to the flames one by one, watching as the past turned to ash and drifted up the chimney, released at last into the wind. "Sleep, Watson." Holmes's voice drifted to me like a feather on still air, like the last whisper of rain against the window. Another mystery has been gently unravelled, and all is well in our little corner of the world. The shadows have been explained, the fears put to rest, and tomorrow Mr. Openshaw will wake to a new life, unburdened and free. And I did sleep, there in my chair by the dying fire, while the last whispers of rain blessed the London streets outside. In my dreams, I saw orange trees under warm southern skies, their fruit ripening slowly in the patient sun, and 5 small pips falling like promises into waiting hands. Promises not of endings, but of peace, of closure, of stories finally coming to their natural and gentle conclusion. I dreamed of the house at Horsham, its gardens blooming in eternal spring, its library filled with golden afternoon light. I dreamed of Uncle Elias tending his orchids, of Openshaw's father reading poetry in a comfortable chair, of young John Openshaw walking freely through rooms no longer haunted by questions, no longer weighted with the burden of other men's secrets. The fire glowed on, faithful and warm, as fires have glowed in hearths since humans first gathered around them for comfort and safety. The coals pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat, and their warmth spread through the room like a benediction, blessing our rest. Outside, the last clouds drifted away, and stars appeared in the gaps between buildings, ancient lights that had watched over countless stories, countless mysteries solved and put to rest. Baker Street was quiet, peaceful, safe, and in the comforting darkness of that September night all was profoundly, perfectly still. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The case of the Greek interpreter. The evening had drawn its velvet curtains across London, and in our rooms at 221B Baker Street the world felt pleasantly distant, as if the bustling city beyond our windows had paused just for us, wrapping itself in a hush of twilight serenity. The fire in the hearth burned with a steady golden glow, its flames dancing in that mesmerizing way that seems designed by nature herself to induce contemplation and calm, each flicker casting soft shadows that played across the familiar furnishings like old friends whispering secrets. I had settled into my favourite armchair, the one whose leather had moulded itself over the years to the exact contours of comfort, its arms worn smooth from countless evenings just like this, cradling me now in an embrace that spoke of reliability and rest. I found myself in that delicious state between wakefulness and drowsiness, a place where thoughts drift like autumn leaves on a gentle stream, unhurried and free, carrying with them the faint echoes of the day's minor worries, dissolving them into nothingness. Sherlock Holmes sat across from me, his long form draped elegantly in his mouse-coloured dressing gown, the fabric falling in soft folds that caught the firelight and gave him an almost ethereal air, like a scholar from some ancient tapestry come to life. His pipe sent up lazy spirals of smoke that caught the firelight and transformed into ribbons of copper and gold, weaving patterns in the air that seemed to mirror the intricate workings of his mind. The room smelled of tobacco and old books, of the beeswax Mrs. Hudson used on the furniture with such meticulous care, polishing away the dust of the day until everything gleamed with a quiet lustre, and of that indefinable scent that belongs only to a home where one feels truly at peace, a blend of wood smoke, aged paper, and the subtle warmth of companionship long shared. Outside, the sounds of London had softened to a lullaby, the sharp edges of the city's clamour dulled by the gathering dusk. The clatter of hansoms on the cobblestones seemed far away, muffled by the evening mist that was surely gathering in the streets below, turning the thoroughfares into dreamlike paths where lanterns glowed like distant stars. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour with a sound so mellow and reassuring that it felt less like the marking of time and more like a gentle reminder that all was well with the world, its deep resonance vibrating through the air and settling into the bones like a soothing balm. The fog itself was a living thing tonight, creeping in from the Thames with its cool, damp fingers, enveloping the gas lamps in halos of diffused light, blurring the harsh lines of buildings into soft, indistinct shapes that invited the imagination to wander freely. Holmes had been unusually contemplative this evening, gazing into the fire with an expression of such serene thoughtfulness that I hesitated to disturb him, lest I shatter the fragile peace that hung in the room like a delicate web. His eyes, those sharp grey eyes that could pierce through deception in an instant, were now softened by the flames, reflecting back a warmth that spoke of inner reflection rather than outward scrutiny. But after a time he stirred, drew deeply on his pipe, exhaling a slow plume of smoke that rose languidly toward the ceiling, and spoke in that rich, measured voice that always seemed to carry with it the promise of fascinating revelations, each word placed with the precision of a master craftsman. "Watson," he said softly, his tone wrapping around the syllable like a comforting hand on the shoulder. "I have been thinking about family this evening. It is a curious thing, is it not, how we can share blood with another person and yet be so entirely different in our habits and pursuits? How the same lineage can produce one soul restless for action and another content in stillness? like branches from the same ancient tree reaching in opposite directions toward the sun. I murmured my agreement, feeling the warmth of the fire on my face, a gentle heat that seeped into my skin and loosened the knots of tension I hadn't even realized were there, and the profound comfort of familiar surroundings, the creak of the floorboards underfoot, the faint scent of Holmes's violin resin, lingering from an earlier practice, the way the curtains stirred ever so slightly in the draught from the window. Holmes so rarely spoke of personal matters that when he did, it felt like being admitted to a private gallery one had long wished to visit, a chamber of the heart usually kept under lock and key, now opened with a trusting turn of the handle. "I have a brother, you know," he continued, and his voice had taken on that storytelling quality that I had come to love, unhurried, reflective, like a guide leading you through a peaceful garden at dusk, pointing out the subtle beauties along the path, the way the light filters through leaves, the scent of blooming night flowers, the distant hum of bees settling for the evening. His name is Mycroft, and he is, in his own peculiar way, even more remarkable than I am, though he would never trouble himself to demonstrate it in the manner I do. Where I find exhilaration in the pursuit, in the dusty archives and the shadowed alleys, Mycroft prefers the quiet dominion of thought, reigning supreme from his favoured chair. The fire crackled softly, a sound like distant rainfall on a tin roof, comforting and rhythmic, and I found myself sinking deeper into my chair, lulled by the rhythm of Holmes's words and the hypnotic play of light and shadow on the walls, where portraits of long-forgotten ancestors seemed to nod in approval of the tale about to unfold. The shadows lengthened and shortened with each pop of the flames, creating a gentle ebb and flow that mirrored the rise and fall of my own breathing, slowing it to a peaceful cadence. "Mycroft is 7 years my senior," Holmes went on, relighting his pipe, "and his powers of observation exceed mine. I chase mysteries through mud and grime. He sits in his armchair, a spider at the web's centre, sifting whispers from embassies and political shifts to conclusions others need months to reach. Indolent yet indispensable, he advises the government unseen like a hidden hand on a ship's tiller." I heard the affection in his voice, warming me as the story wrapped around me like a soft blanket. "Some years ago," Holmes continued softly, "Mycroft brought me a case, unusual for him, but intriguing with its threads of greed and coercion. It began with a chance encounter. The room grew quieter. Closed my eyes, letting his words paint gentle pictures. There is the Diogenes Club, he said, founded for unsociable men who crave armchairs and silence. Speech is banned except in the stranger's room. Mycroft has belonged since its start, lost in newspapers by the window, a haven of solitude he seems made for. I could picture it perfectly, a sanctuary of silence, of high-backed chairs upholstered in deep green leather, worn to a soft patina from years of quiet occupancy. The rustle of turning pages the only sound, like dry leaves in an autumn breeze. Men in tailored suits, their faces hidden behind broadsheets, lost in worlds of their own making. It sounded in that moment like the most peaceful place in the world, a retreat from the clamour of life where one could simply be, without the demands of social nicety or forced conviviality. The thought of it lulled me further, my body relaxing into the chair as if it were a cloud drifting across a summer sky. One evening, Holmes went on gently, Mycroft met a member, Mr. Melas, a Greek interpreter fluent in Mediterranean tongues, honed in libraries and ports. In the stranger's room they spoke over tea, and Melas, trembling, shared a disturbing tale. Mycroft sensed trouble and brought it to me. The embers glowed warmly. Holmes's voice hummed close and comforting. Melas was mild-mannered, soft-spoken, a scholar with slipping spectacles. He translated contracts and manuscripts in quiet offices, safe, predictable work. I drifted on his words like a boat on calm water. "Oh, but one midnight," Holmes said smoothly, a cloaked gentleman knocked at Melas's Bloomsbury door, demanding urgent translation for a foreign visitor. Intrigued by mystery and payment, Melas agreed and gathered his notebook. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked softly, each sound like a gentle heartbeat marking the peaceful passage of time, a metronome for the soul's descent into repose. I was aware of my breathing slowing, deepening, matching the measured cadence of Holmes's tale, inhaling the faint aroma of pipe smoke, exhaling the remnants of the day's cares. A carriage was waiting outside, Holmes continued, evoking the scene with vivid yet soothing detail. A comfortable, well-appointed brougham with curtained windows drawn tight against prying eyes, its lacquered sides gleaming faintly under the street lamp's glow. The horses stood patiently, their breath misting in the cool air, harnesses jingling softly as they shifted. Mr. Melas climbed inside and found the gentleman who had summoned him already seated there, his posture rigid, his gloved hands clasped tightly in his lap. As the carriage pulled away into the foggy London night, the wheels rumbling over the cobblestones with a muffled thud, Mr. Melas attempted polite conversation, inquiring about the nature of the work or the identity of the client. But his companion was strangely reticent, answering in monosyllables or not at all. He would not say where they were going, only that it was not far, and that Mr. Melas would be handsomely paid for his trouble, his voice carrying an undercurrent of authority that brooked no further questions. I could see it all so clearly. The dark carriage moving through streets made soft and dreamlike by the fog, the clip-clop of hooves muffled and distant, echoing like a heartbeat in the enveloping mist, the amber glow of gas lamps appearing and disappearing like will-o'-the-wisps, casting fleeting illuminations on passers-by huddled in their coats, their faces pale blurs in the night. It was like something from a fairy tale, mysterious but not frightening, for I knew that Holmes's voice would guide me safely through whatever came next, navigating the twists with the surety of a lighthouse beam cutting through storm. The journey seemed to last a long time, Holmes said, drawing out the suspense in a way that was more lulling than alarming. though Mr. Mellus could not be certain, for the curtained windows prevented him from seeing where they were going, turning the world outside into a void of sound and sensation alone. The carriage turned and turned again, winding through the streets in what seemed like a deliberately confusing pattern, left onto a busy thoroughfare, right into a narrow alley, doubling back perhaps to shake off any imagined pursuit. The driver skillful in his evasions, the vehicle swaying gently like a cradle. Mr. Mellus felt the hours stretch, his mind wandering to thoughts of his warm bed and the book left open on his table, but curiosity kept him alert, his professional interest piqued by the secrecy. At last they stopped, the carriage coming to a halt with a soft creak of brakes, and Mr. Mellus was led into a house, a large quiet house that smelled of dust and disuse, as if it had stood empty for some time, its air heavy with the mustiness of neglect. Faint traces of lavender from long-forgotten sachets lingering in the corners. The door closed behind him with a definitive click, and he was guided through a hallway where portraits hung crookedly on the walls, their eyes seeming to follow his progress in the dim light of a carried lantern. He was brought to a drawing room, Holmes continued, his narrative flowing seamlessly, lit by a single lamp that cast long, gentle shadows across the walls, softening the edges of the furniture and creating an atmosphere of subdued intimacy. The furniture was covered with dust sheets, like sleeping ghosts draped in white, their forms bulky and indistinct, evoking a sense of suspended animation. Everything about the place spoke of absence and stillness. The faint creak of floorboards underfoot, the distant drip of a leaky faucet somewhere in the depths of the house, the way the air hung heavy and unmoving, and there, in a chair by the window, its curtains drawn against the night, sat a young man, a Greek, as Mr. Mellus could tell at once from his olive skin, dark curling hair, and the classical features that spoke of Hellenic heritage. But this young man was not as free as Mr. Mellus himself. His wrists bore the marks of recent binding, red welts that stood out against his pale skin, and there was about him an air of resignation and sorrow that touched the interpreter's heart. His eyes downcast, his shoulders slumped in weary defeat, yet retaining a spark of dignity that spoke of better days. I felt a wave of sympathy wash over me, gentle as a tide lapping at the shore, receding without disturbance, and I settled even more deeply into my chair, the leather sighing softly beneath me, knowing that Holmes would make everything right in the end, as he always did, his justice as inevitable as the dawn. Mr. Mellus was instructed to translate questions from the English gentlemen present. There were two of them, one tall and gaunt with a predatory smile, the other shorter and stockier, his face marked by a scar that twisted his expression into perpetual menace to this young Greek man, and to render the responses back into English with precision and neutrality. The questions were about property, about deeds and signatures, about matters of inheritance and legal rights, probing inquiries into family estates in Greece, the location of documents, the willingness to affix a name to papers that would transfer vast wealth, The Greek young man answered wearily, his voice hoarse from disuse, or perhaps from earlier protests, and Mr. Mellis, translating faithfully at first, began to understand that something was very wrong. The man was being held against his will, pressured to sign documents he did not wish to sign, separated from someone he loved, a woman, Mr. Mellis gathered from fragmented phrases, who was also somewhere in this house, also a prisoner of circumstance. Her presence a lever used to break his resistance. The story was like a dream now, unfolding with that peculiar dream logic, where even troubling events feel distant and manageable, observed rather than experienced, the edges blurred by the haze of Holmes's soothing delivery. His voice wove through it all like a golden thread, keeping everything safe and contained, binding the narrative in layers of comfort. But Mr. Mellis, Holmes said, a note of quiet admiration entering his tone, was a clever man in his own right, and a kind one, his heart as attuned to human suffering as his ear to linguistic nuance. As he translated, he began to insert small warnings, tiny phrases that would alert the young Greek to his concern without being obvious to the captors. Slips of the tongue that carried double meanings, idioms in Greek that conveyed solidarity and hope, and the young man, despite his despair, showed remarkable courage, his responses growing bolder under the veil of translation. Through the translation, he managed to communicate essential information, his name, which was Paulcratides, and the fact that he and his sister Sophie were being held by men who wished to steal their inheritance, a fortune tied to family lands in Athens and investments scattered across Europe. He spoke of a journey from Greece, lured by false promises, of starvation used as a tool to weaken resolve, of a face drawn on a window with a burnt stick in a desperate bid for help that had gone unnoticed. The room had grown quite dark now, with only the faint glow of the embers to light it, pulsing softly like a sleeping heart, and I felt cocooned in warmth and safety, listening to Holmes's story as one might listen to a beloved lullaby, its melody familiar and reassuring. Eventually, Holmes continued, his voice growing even softer, a murmur that blended with the night's embrace. The session ended, the questions exhausted for the moment, the captors satisfied with the progress though far from their goal. Mr. Mellis was blindfolded for the return journey, a silk cloth tied gently but firmly over his eyes, driven through the foggy streets once more, the carriage retracing its labyrinthine path until the scents and sounds of familiar London returned. He was deposited back at his home with the generous payment, gold coins heavy in his palm, and a stern warning never to speak of what had occurred, the gentleman's voice dropping to a menacing whisper that lingered in Mellis's ears like a shadow. But the experience had shaken him deeply, planting seeds of unease that blossomed into resolve. He could not let the matter rest. He knew that somewhere in London 2 people were in terrible danger, their lives hanging by a thread of coercion and greed, and he felt compelled to do something, though he had no idea what. His conscience a compass pointing toward action. That was when he spoke to my brother Mycroft at the Diogenes Club, pouring out the story in the stranger's room, and Mycroft, recognizing the potential for greater ramifications, perhaps ties to foreign interests or financial scandals, brought the case to me, enlisting my energies where his own sufficed for observation alone. I heard Holmes shift in his chair, the leather creaking softly, a sound as familiar and comforting as an old friend's voice, grounding me in the present even as the tale transported me elsewhere. The next part of the tale, Holmes said, anticipating my fading attention with gentle consideration, involves investigation and deduction, the tracing of clues and the piecing together of a puzzle. But I will spare you the tedious details, Watson, for this is an evening for peace and rest, not for the racing of pulses and the excitement of the chase. Know only that we delved into records of recent rentals on the city's outskirts, cross-referenced carriage hires with descriptions provided by Melas, and even placed discreet notices in newspapers that might draw out information from those who had seen the marked man, or the house with its drawn curtains. Suffice it to say that with Mycroft's assistance, his access to governmental ledgers and his network of informants, and the resources at his disposal, we were able to identify the house where Mr. Melas had been taken. It was a rented property on the outskirts of London, in a secluded area near Wandsworth, temporarily occupied by men of dubious character. One a disgraced lawyer named Latimer, the other a brute named Wilson, both seeking to defraud the Cratide siblings of their rightful inheritance through forgery and force. The story was winding down now. I could feel it, moving toward its peaceful resolution, like a ship gliding into harbour at sunset, sails furled, anchors ready to drop into calm waters. We arrived at the house under cover of darkness, Holmes said, his words painting the climax in subdued hues. Myself, my brother Mycroft, who rarely left his club but made an exception for family honour, the stalwart Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard with a contingent of constables, and of course the brave Mr. Melas, who insisted on accompanying us despite the danger, his sense of duty overriding fear. We approached quietly, the fog our ally, muffling our footsteps on the gravel path. The door yielded to Lestrade's shoulder, and we entered to find the place in disarray, drawers pulled open, papers scattered, as if the villains had fled in haste, sensing perhaps that their scheme had been discovered through some careless slip, a neighbour's curiosity, or a servant's loose tongue, and there, in a locked room at the rear of the house, its door barred from without, we found Paul Cratide and his sister Sophie, weak from malnutrition and fright, their clothes dishevelled, their faces gaunt but lighting with hope at the sight of rescuers. They were alive and most importantly safe, the sister's hand clutching her brother's in a grip that spoke of unbreakable bond. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction settle over me, warm and complete, like the resolution of a beautiful piece of music, the final chord lingering in the air long after the notes have ceased. The Cratide siblings were reunited with their freedom and their inheritance, Holmes continued, his voice now barely above a whisper, a final caress before silence. The necessary legal steps taken swiftly to secure their properties and expose the fraud. The men who had sought to harm them, Latimer and Wilson, were eventually apprehended abroad in a dusty port in Italy, justice finding them as it always does in the end, patient and inexorable. And Mr. Mellis, our gentle Greek interpreter, returned to his quiet life of translation and dictionaries, enriched by the knowledge that he had played a crucial role in saving 2 innocent lives, perhaps finding in his dictionaries new words for courage and compassion. The fire had died to the faintest glow now, a mere suggestion of warmth in the hearth, and the room was filled with a darkness that felt not frightening but embracing, like being wrapped in soft dark velvet that absorbed all light and sound into peaceful void. Holmes's voice came to me as if from a great distance, though I knew he sat only a few feet away, his presence a steady constant. Mycroft returned to his Diogenes club, Holmes murmured, evoking the image of his brother sinking back into his armchair with a sigh of contentment, to his newspapers and his magnificent indolence, the web of information spinning anew, and I returned here, to Baker Street, to our comfortable rooms and our peaceful evenings by the fire, the violin waiting for a melancholy air or a lively reel, depending on the mood. The case was solved, the innocent was saved, and London continued on its way, the great city breathing steadily through the night, its countless souls sleeping safely in their beds, dreams weaving through the fog like threads in a tapestry. There was a long, peaceful silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock, each tick a soft affirmation of time's gentle march, and the occasional settling of the coals in the grate, a whisper of finality. I felt myself hovering on the very edge of sleep, balanced on that delicious threshold where the waking world and the world of dreams meet and blend, colours softening, thoughts dissolving into imagery. "You know, Watson," Holmes said, so softly now that his voice was like a thought rather than a sound drifting through the air like incense, "there is something profoundly comforting about the solution of a mystery. It is the restoration of order from chaos, the righting of wrongs, with the precision of a well-crafted key in a lock, the assurance that even in a world that can seem chaotic and uncertain, with its hidden motives and shadowed corners, there is always logic to be found, always justice to be served, always, in the end, a return to peace, the equilibrium that settles over the spirit like dew on morning grass." I wanted to agree, to say something in response, perhaps to share a reflection on brotherhood or the quiet heroism of ordinary men, but I found I could not quite form the words, my tongue heavy, my mind adrift. The story had done its work, weaving its spell with masterful subtlety, and I was drifting now, drifting down into the welcoming embrace of sleep, where the boundaries between tale and dreamer blur. "Rest now, old friend," I heard Holmes say, his voice the last thing I was aware of before sleep claimed me entirely, a benediction wrapped in fondness. "Rest in the knowledge that all is well, that the mysteries are solved and filed away like solved equations, that the fog outside keeps us safe and separate from the world's troubles, a soft barrier against the unknown, that the fire will burn through the night in memory if not in flame, and that tomorrow, when we wake, it will be to another peaceful day in our home at Baker Street, with Mrs. Hudson's breakfast waiting and the sun filtering through the curtains. And with those words, I surrendered to sleep, deep and dreamless and profoundly restful, knowing that I was safe, that all was well, and that the night would pass gently until morning came again, soft and golden, through the windows of 221B Baker Street, painting the room in hues of promise. The embers glowed their last in the darkness, a final spark winking out like a star at dawn, and London slept, its vast expanse a blanket of quiet under the watchful moon. In our rooms, two friends rested peacefully by the dying fire, the case of the Greek interpreter resolved and put away like a book returned to its shelf, there to remain as a memory of justice served and order restored, a chapter closed with satisfaction. The fog pressed softly against the windows, a gentle guardian keeping watch through the night, its tendrils curling like protective arms. The city's heartbeat slowed to its nocturnal rhythm, steady and sure, the distant chime of a clock tower marking the hours with benevolent indifference. In that peaceful, perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. World aligned, harmonies resolved, serenity absolute. Sleep came like a blessing, a gift freely given, and we accepted it gratefully, knowing we would wake refreshed for whatever the new day might bring. For now, only this, lingering warmth, soothing darkness, profound peace. The story settled gently on the soul. Rest now. All is well. The night is kind. Morning will come with fresh light. Tonight, only deep, healing sleep. Good night, dear friend. Good night. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The Case of the Empty House. The London evening settles over the city like a soft blanket, muting the sounds of the day into something gentler, something kinder. The gas lamps along the street flicker to life one by one, their warm glow pooling on the cobblestones below, creating small islands of amber light in the gathering dusk. You can almost hear the lamplighter's footsteps as he moves from post to post, his long pole reaching up to coax each flame into being, a nightly ritual as old as the city itself. The air carries the faint scent of cold smoke and the distant memory of rain, that particular dampness that seems to live in the very bones of London, familiar and oddly comforting. Somewhere nearby, a hansom cab rattles past, its wheels making a rhythmic sound against the stones, a sound that speaks of homecomings and the end of long journeys. The horse's hooves create a steady clip-clop rhythm that fades gradually into the distance, leaving behind only the whisper of the evening breeze and the soft, settling sounds of a city preparing for sleep. In a modest sitting room not far from Baker Street, a man sits in an armchair by the window, a book resting forgotten in his lap. Dr. John Watson has returned to this room many times over the years, but tonight something feels different, as if the air itself holds its breath, waiting. The fire in the grate burns low and steady, casting dancing shadows across the familiar furniture, across the worn rug and the small table where a cup of tea has grown cold. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks with a gentle, reassuring rhythm, marking the passage of time in a way that feels almost like a heartbeat, steady and eternal. He finds himself thinking, as he often does in these quiet moments, of his old friend. 3 years have passed. 3 years since that terrible day at Reichenbach Falls. 3 years since the world lost its greatest consulting detective. The grief has softened with time, as grief does, becoming something he can carry more easily, something that feels less like a wound and more like a gentle ache, a reminder of what once was. He has learned to live with this absence, to fill his days with his medical practice and his writing, with the small routines that give life structure and meaning. But always, in the quiet moments like this, when the day has ended and the world grows still, he feels the emptiness where his friend once stood. The book in his lap is one of the old case files, one he has read a dozen times or more. He knows every word, every detail, can picture every scene as clearly as if it happened yesterday. The pages are worn soft from repeated reading, the corners turned down at favourite passages. Sometimes in the reading he can almost hear Sherlock's voice, that distinctive tone with its precise articulation and occasional flashes of dry humour. Sometimes the memory is so vivid that he looks up, half expecting to see his friend standing by the mantelpiece, conducting some experiment or lost in thought, his sharp eyes focused on some detail that no one else would notice. But tonight the room remains empty, or so it seems. Watson stands, stretching slightly, feeling the stiffness that comes from sitting too long in one position. His knee protests a little, the old war wound that troubles him on damp evenings, but the discomfort is mild, familiar, almost comforting in its predictability. He moves to the window, drawn by some impulse he cannot name, and looks out at the street below. The evening has deepened now, the sky above the rooftops fading from violet to a soft velvety darkness. A few stars have begun to appear, tiny points of light that seem impossibly distant and impossibly near all at once. The moon, a silver crescent, hangs low on the horizon, casting its pale light over the sleeping city. The street is quiet, as streets often are in this part of London at this hour. A few pedestrians pass by, their faces hidden beneath hats and umbrellas, their footsteps echoing and fading. An elderly bookseller arranges the volumes in his window display across the way, taking his time, handling each book with gentle care. His movements are slow and deliberate, each book positioned just so, a labour of love performed at the end of a long day. A stray cat picks its way delicately along the iron railing of a neighbouring house, pausing to wash its face with one paw, completely absorbed in its grooming ritual, oblivious to the human world around it. Watson watches these small scenes with a peaceful attention, finding a kind of meditation in the ordinary rhythms of the city at rest. This is what life has become: quiet, predictable, safe. And if there is a hollowness to that safety, a sense that something vital is missing, well, he has learned to live with that too. He has learned to find contentment in small things, the warmth of his fire, the comfort of his chair, the pleasure of a well-written sentence. These are not small gifts, he reminds himself. These are the things that make life livable, that make the days pass with a gentle grace. He is about to turn away from the window when a figure catches his eye. An elderly man, stooped and slow-moving, makes his way along the pavement. There is something in the way he walks, something in the careful placement of each step that holds Watson's attention. The man carries a stack of books under one arm as if he has just left the shop across the street, and his other hand rests on a walking stick that taps a gentle rhythm as he moves. His coat is old but well maintained, and a muffler wraps around his neck against the evening chill. The figure pauses beneath a gas lamp, and for just a moment, the light falls across his face. Watson sees a long beard, wild and grey, and features that seem creased with age and weather. But there is something about the way the man stands, something about the angle of his head, that strikes a chord deep in Watson's memory. The old man looks up, and his eyes, those eyes, meet Watson's through the window. In that instant, something shifts. The world seems to hold very still, the way it does in dreams, when one scene transforms into another without warning or explanation. Watson's heart gives a slow, heavy beat, and then another, and the old man smiles, a small, knowing smile that speaks of secrets and reunions, and things that seemed impossible suddenly becoming real. It is a smile Watson has seen 1,000 times before, a smile that belongs to someone he thought he would never see again. The figure gives the slightest nod, then turns and continues down the street, moving away into the evening shadows, until he is nothing more than another silhouette among many, just another anonymous figure in the endless parade of London's inhabitants. Watson stands frozen at the window, his hand pressed against the glass, his breath making a small fog on the cool pane. He tells himself he's imagining things, that grief and memory have conspired to play tricks on his tired mind. And yet, something in that smile, something in those eyes, something in the way the man held himself beneath the disguise, it all speaks to him of impossibilities made real, of miracles hidden in plain sight. He finds himself moving without conscious decision, leaving his sitting room and descending the stairs to the street. The evening air touches his face, cool and soft, and he breathes it in deeply, trying to steady himself. The pavement is damp beneath his feet, though he cannot remember when it last rained. Everything seems slightly unreal, as if he has stepped from the waking world into something gentler, something closer to sleep. The boundary between what is real and what is imagined has grown thin, and he moves through it with the careful attention of a man navigating a dream. The street is empty now, or nearly so. The bookseller has closed his shop, drawing the curtains across the window display. The cat has vanished. Only the gas lamps remain, casting their warm, steady light, and Watson finds himself following that light, walking slowly along the pavement, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. The sound seems to come from very far away, as if he's hearing someone else walk, some other traveller making their way through this strange evening. He's not sure what he's looking for, or even if he's looking for anything at all. Perhaps he simply needs to walk, to move through the evening air and feel the solid ground beneath his feet. Perhaps he simply needs to be reminded that he is awake, that this is real life, and not another of those dreams where his old friend returns, where everything is as it once was, only to have him wake alone in the grey light of dawn, the loss fresh and sharp all over again. But as he walks, he becomes aware of a presence, a sense that he is not alone. He turns, looking back the way he came, and sees nothing but empty street and quiet shadows. The gas lamps flicker slightly in a breeze he cannot feel. He turns forward again, and there, standing beneath a lamppost just ahead, is the elderly man with the books. "Good evening, Doctor," the man says, and his voice is soft, almost musical, with the faintest trace of amusement woven through the words. "A pleasant night for a walk, is it not? The air is remarkably clear for London. One can almost see the stars." Watson stops, studying the figure before him. Up close, the disguise is remarkable. The beard, the stooped posture, the slight tremor in the hands that suggests advanced age. And yet, now that he is looking, truly looking, he can see through it. He can see the height, carefully concealed by the stoop but still evident in the length of the legs, the breadth of the shoulders. He can see the keen intelligence in those eyes, momentarily hidden but unmistakable once you know to look for it. He can see beneath the costume and the years and the careful performance his oldest friend. "Holmes," he breathes, and the word is barely more than a whisper, as if speaking louder might break the spell, might cause this vision to dissolve like morning mist. His voice cracks slightly on the single syllable, carrying with it 3 years of grief, of longing, of conversations held only in memory. The old man's smile deepens, and in one fluid movement he straightens, the years falling away, the disguise becoming transparent. Sherlock Holmes stands before him, real and solid and undeniably alive, his eyes bright with that familiar mixture of affection and intellectual satisfaction that comes from a successful deception. He removes the false beard with a practiced gesture, tucking it into his pocket, and the transformation is complete. "My dear Watson," Holmes says, and his voice is exactly as Watson remembers it, exactly as it has sounded in 1,000 dreams. "I hope you will forgive the theatricality of my return. I thought it best to ensure I was not observed by any unfriendly eyes. Old habits, you understand. One cannot be too careful, even when the danger has passed." Watson finds he cannot speak. The emotions rising within him are too large, too complex for words. Relief and joy, and a kind of gentle wonder all tangle together, creating something that has no name, something that exists beyond language. He simply stands there, looking at this impossible gift, this resurrection of all he thought he had lost forever, and feels tears prick at the corners of his eyes. Holmes steps forward and places a hand on Watson's shoulder, the touch firm and real and grounding. The physical contact breaks through Watson's paralysis, and he grips Holmes's arm in return, needing to feel the solid reality of bone and muscle beneath the cloth, needing proof that this is not another cruel dream. "Come," Holmes says gently, his voice softer now, understanding. "Let us go somewhere more private. I have much to tell you, and the evening, though peaceful, has ears. There are things you need to know, stories that must be told, and I would prefer to tell them in comfort and safety." They walk together through the quiet streets, not toward Baker Street, not yet, but toward a small, comfortable establishment that Holmes seems to know, tucked away on a side street Watson has never noticed before. It is the kind of place that seems to exist in the cracks between more notable addresses, the kind of place you could walk past 100 times and never see. The proprietor greets Holmes with a nod of recognition but no surprise, as if having the world's most famous detective walk through his door after 3 years of apparent death is the most natural thing imaginable. The room upstairs is softly lit and warm, with a fire already burning in the grate and 2 comfortable chairs arranged before it. A pot of tea sits waiting on a small table, steam rising gently from the spout, and Watson realizes with a start that all of this has been prepared in advance, that Holmes has orchestrated this reunion with his characteristic attention to detail. There are biscuits on a plate, the kind Watson favors, and a decanter of brandy with 2 glasses positioned within easy reach. Nothing has been left to chance. They settle into the chairs, and for a long moment neither speaks. The fire crackles softly, sending up occasional sparks that dance briefly before disappearing. Outside, the city continues its evening rituals, oblivious to this small miracle taking place in a forgotten room above a forgotten street. A dog barks somewhere in the distance, and a church bell tolls the hour, its deep voice carrying across the rooftops. "I am sorry, Watson," Holmes says at last, his voice quiet and sincere in a way that Watson has rarely heard. "I am sorry for the deception and for the pain it caused you, but I had no choice. Moriarty's organization survived his fall, and there were those who would have sought revenge against anyone I held dear. I had to make them believe I was truly gone, that the threat had died with me at Reichenbach. It was the only way to keep you safe, to keep Mrs. Hudson safe, to keep everyone I cared about safe from the remnants of that criminal web." Watson nods slowly, understanding even as his heart still struggles to fully accept this reality. "And now?" he asks, his voice steadier than he expected. "And now," Holmes says, leaning forward slightly, his expression intent, "the last of Moriarty's lieutenants has been apprehended. Colonel Sebastian Moran was arrested this very evening. The network has been dismantled piece by piece over these 3 long years. It is safe at last for me to return." He pauses, studying Watson with those penetrating eyes that see so much, that miss so little. "I have spent these 3 years traveling, Watson. Tibet, Persia, France. I have seen many things, learned many things. I have studied with monks in mountain monasteries, consulted on cases for foreign governments, pursued the last threads of Moriarty's web to their final conclusion. But through it all, I thought of London. I thought of home. I thought of you. The words settle over Watson like a warm blanket, comforting and right. He reaches for the teapot and pours for them both, his hands steady now, the initial shock giving way to a deep, peaceful contentment. This is real. Holmes is here. The world which has felt slightly off kilter for 3 long years has finally righted itself. He adds sugar to Holmes's cup without asking. 2 lumps, no milk, a gesture so familiar it brings a lump to his throat. There is a case, Holmes continues, accepting the tea with a nod of thanks, his voice taking on that familiar quality of focused interest. Not an urgent one, you understand, nothing that requires immediate action. But it is curious, and I thought, if you were amenable, we might look into it together. Like old times, a gentle return to the work, something to ease us back into partnership. The case of the empty house, Watson suggests, thinking of the building across from Baker Street that has stood vacant for so long, its windows dark, its rooms silent and still. Just so, Holmes replies with a smile, clearly pleased that Watson has made the connection. There have been some unusual occurrences there in recent weeks. Lights where there should be no lights, sounds where there should be no sounds, footsteps in empty rooms, shadows moving past curtained windows. The landlord is quite perplexed, and I confess I am intrigued. It has all the hallmarks of something interesting, though I suspect the explanation will prove mundane in the end. The best mysteries often do, once one applies proper reasoning. They sip their tea in comfortable silence, and Watson feels something loosen in his chest, some tension he has carried for so long that he had almost forgotten it was there. Holmes is alive. Holmes is here. And there is a case to solve, a mystery to unravel, a return to the work that has always given both their lives meaning and purpose. The familiar rhythms are reasserting themselves, the old patterns falling back into place with an ease that speaks to how deeply they were formed. Tomorrow, Holmes says, as if reading Watson's thoughts, as he so often has. We shall investigate tomorrow in the light of day. Tonight, let us simply sit here by the fire and be grateful for this reunion. There will be time enough for mysteries and dangers and all the rest. Tonight, let there be peace. We have earned it, I think, both of us. And so they sit, these 2 old friends, as the fire burns low and the night deepens outside the window. Holmes tells stories of his travels, of monasteries high in the Himalayas where the silence is so profound. You can hear your own heartbeat, where monks spend years in meditation seeking enlightenment. He speaks of markets in Persia, where the air is thick with the scent of spices and the sound of unfamiliar languages, where merchants haggle over silk and silver in the golden light of late afternoon. He describes quiet cafes in Paris where he sat and watched and waited, always waiting for the moment when it would be safe to come home, studying the faces of passers-by and piecing together their stories from the smallest details of dress and bearing. Watson listens, absorbing every word, committing every detail to memory as he has always done, already beginning to shape these stories into something he might write down later, something he might share with the world, so they too can know that Sherlock Holmes has returned. He asks occasional questions, drawing out additional details, and Holmes answers with patience and a warmth that suggests he has missed these conversations as much as Watson has. But mostly, they simply sit in companionable silence, watching the fire die down to embers, feeling the warmth of the room and the deeper warmth of friendship restored. Outside, London sleeps, or begins to sleep, the city settling into its nightly rhythms like a great ship coming to rest in a quiet harbour. The sounds of the evening fade gradually away, the last hansom cabs finding their stables, the final footsteps hurrying home, the distant whistles of the night watchmen beginning their rounds. Eventually, Watson realizes his eyes are growing heavy. The events of the evening, the emotional weight of the reunion, have left him pleasantly exhausted. It is the good tiredness that comes after a day well spent, after an unexpected joy, after the resolution of long grief. Holmes notices, of course. Holmes always notices, and stands, stretching slightly. "Come," he says, his voice gentle. "I have taken rooms nearby, nothing grand but comfortable enough. Let me walk you home, my friend. Tomorrow we shall return to Baker Street, if Mrs. Hudson will have us. Tomorrow we shall begin again. But tonight, you need rest. We both do. The adventures can wait for morning." They descend the stairs together and step out into the night. The air has grown cooler, carrying with it the promise of autumn, and Watson draws his coat a little tighter. The streets are empty now, truly empty. The city given over to sleep and dreams. Even the gas lamps seem to burn more softly, as if they too are preparing for rest. Holmes walks beside him, solid and real, his long stride matching Watson's more measured pace. They do not speak, but the silence is full and rich, containing all the words they do not need to say. They pass the darkened shops and the quiet houses, their footsteps the only sound in the sleeping city. A cat darts across their path, disappearing into the shadows. Somewhere, a clock chimes midnight, its 12 bells ringing out clear and pure in the still air. When they reach Watson's door, Holmes pauses. "Thank you," he says simply, and there is a depth of feeling in those two words that speaks volumes. For remembering, for mourning, for keeping the work alive in your stories. It meant more than you know. In my darkest moments abroad, when the loneliness threatened to overwhelm me, I would think of you here in London, writing our adventures, keeping the memory of what we accomplished alive. It gave me strength to continue." Watson cannot find words adequate to respond, so he simply grasps Holmes's hand, feeling the firm grip, the undeniable reality of it. Then Holmes nods, smiles one last time, a smile full of promise and anticipation, and turns, walking away into the night, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness between the gas lamps. but his footsteps remain audible for a long time, fading gradually into the distance until they are indistinguishable from the heartbeat of the city itself. But this time, Watson is not afraid. This time he knows that Holmes will return in the morning, that this is not another dream or vision or trick of memory. This is real, solid, true. He climbs the stairs to his rooms, feeling a lightness he has not known in years. Each step seems easier than it should, as if some burden he has carried has finally been lifted from his shoulders. The sitting room is exactly as he left it. The fire burned down to nothing but ash, and the faintest glow of embers, the book still resting where he abandoned it on the chair. But everything feels different now, charged with possibility and promise. The room that felt so empty before now seems full of potential, waiting for tomorrow's adventures to begin. Watson moves to the window one last time and looks out at the street below. The empty house across the way stands in darkness, its windows reflecting the gas lamps like sleeping eyes. Tomorrow they will solve its mystery. Tomorrow they will begin again. Tomorrow Mrs. Hudson will exclaim with shock and joy when Holmes walks through the door of 221B Baker Street. Tomorrow the adventure will resume. But tonight, he thinks, tonight is for rest, for peace, for the deep, dreamless sleep of a man who has had his prayers answered, who has witnessed the impossible made real. He draws the curtains closed, shutting out the night, and as he settles into his bed, pulling the blankets up around him, he finds himself smiling. The pillow is soft beneath his head, the sheets cool and crisp against his skin. Somewhere in the city, Holmes is smiling too. Perhaps looking up at the same stars, perhaps already planning tomorrow's investigation. His brilliant mind never quite at rest, even in the quiet hours of night. But Watson's mind is at rest now, finally, blessedly at rest. His eyes close and he drifts into sleep like a boat slipping its moorings, floating gently on a calm and welcoming sea. The case of the empty house can wait for morning. The mysteries can wait. The whole world can wait. For now, there is only this: the soft pillow beneath his head, the warm blankets surrounding him like an embrace, the deep and certain knowledge that all is well, that his friend has returned, that tomorrow will bring new adventures, but tonight brings something better, peace and rest, and the comfort of knowing he is not alone. Outside, London breathes quietly in the darkness. The gas lamps burn steadily on, faithful sentinels keeping watch over the sleeping city. The Thames flows patient and eternal toward the sea, its dark waters reflecting the scattered stars. And in rooms scattered across the city, people sleep and dream, unaware that in their midst a legend has returned, that the game is afoot once more, that the world's greatest detective has come home. But these are thoughts for another time. For now there is only sleep, deep and healing and complete. The case of the empty house will wait. The world will wait. Everything will wait for the gentle mercy of morning. And so, in the quiet darkness, in the peaceful city, in the comfort of home and friendship restored, all things settle into rest, The story ends as all good stories should, with peace, with promise, with the soft and certain knowledge that tomorrow will come, bringing with it new light, new possibilities, new adventures. But tonight belongs to rest and to dreams. Sleep well, dear friend, sleep well, and know that all is well in London tonight. The great detective has come home steady and sure beneath the watchful stars. All is well, all is as it should be. Rest now and let sleep carry you away on gentle waves into the deep and peaceful darkness where all things are resolved, all questions answered, all journeys complete. The case is closed for now. The night is quiet and kind, and you, like Watson, like Holmes, like all of London, are safe and at peace. Sleep now. Let the story carry you into dreams. Let the gaslit streets fade into shadow. Let the gentle rhythm of your breathing match the heartbeat of the sleeping city. All is resolved. All is well. Sleep. Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Twisted Lip. London drowsed beneath a silvery haze. The November fog clung to rooftops and chimneys, coiling through the narrow streets like smoke from some giant sleeping hearth. The hour was late, the hum of traffic long since stilled, and only the faint clip of hooves or a far-off whistle disturbed the quiet. At 221B Baker Street, warmth held firm against the chill. A bright coal fire glowed in the grate, its amber light trembling across the familiar walls. Over the violin that rested beside the bow, the scattered monographs, these small chemical retorts that caught and returned the flicker of flame. The air carried the mellow scent of tobacco and polished wood. Sherlock Holmes sat at his ease before the hearth, his long fingers steepled, his eyes half closed in meditative calm. The blue tendrils of smoke from his pipe drifted upward, curling and uncurling in the lamplight until they seemed to dissolve into thought itself. Dr. John Watson reclined nearby, his chair angled toward the warmth. A volume of medical essays lay open upon his knee, though he had scarcely turned a page for half an hour. He was content simply to sit in companionable silence, the comfortable quiet that only years of friendship could achieve. Holmes spoke at last, his voice unhurried. "How still London grows after midnight, Watson. Even her mysteries seem to sleep." Watson smiled faintly. "Then perhaps, my dear fellow, we may follow their example." But Holmes's grey eyes gleamed with the mild light of curiosity. There is rest even in reflection. One learns more in the quiet hours than in the bustle of the day. The mantel clock chimed a soft 1:15. Outside, a cab rumbled distantly, its wheels muffled by fog, and then a sound from the stair below. Footsteps quick yet hesitant, and a voice murmuring to Mrs. Hudson. Moments later came a gentle knock. Holmes set aside his pipe. "Enter," he said. The door opened and a lady stepped through, her cloak dark with the damp of the street. The lamplight caught at her veil, showing eyes anxious yet resolute. "You are Mr. Holmes?" she asked. "I am. Pray come nearer to the fire." Watson rose at once, drawing forward a chair. She sank into it with a sigh of exhaustion, removing her gloves with trembling fingers. "Forgive my intrusion at so late an hour," she said. "I am in dreadful trouble. My name is Mrs. Neville St. Clair." Holmes inclined his head gravely. "Tell us what has befallen." She spoke haltingly at first, then with gathering steadiness. Her husband, a journalist by trade, had gone into London upon an errand of business. He had written a short note that morning from the city, promising to return by the evening train. He had not returned. "The next day," she continued, "I had occasion myself to come up from Lee. My little boy had begged for some toy sold only in the Strand. When I had made the purchase, I passed along to the wharf-side streets near the river. There, among those dreadful lanes, I looked up and saw my husband's face at an upper window. Her voice trembled. He looked out at me in terror. He seemed to call my name, and then he vanished from sight. I ran up the stair within that vile place, but I found only a deformed beggar lying where he had stood. The police were summoned. They searched, but there was no trace of my husband. Only his coat and—" She drew from her reticule a small object wrapped in paper. "These cufflinks, which the sergeant swore were found in the room." Holmes accepted the parcel, turning it slowly in his hand. The faint light glimmered on the engraved initials. He made no comment, only a thoughtful hum that blended almost musically with the soft crackle of the fire. When her tale was done, the room fell very still. The only movement was the quiet puff of smoke from Holmes's pipe, rising like thought made visible. At last he said gently, "You did wisely to come. The place you describe, Upper Swandam Lane, is known to me. Rest assured, we shall make inquiries tonight." Her eyes filled with tears of relief. "Then you believe he may still be alive?" Holmes's gaze softened. "I believe nothing impossible where truth is concerned. Go home to your children, Mrs. St. Clair. Try to sleep. You shall hear from me by tomorrow." She clasped his hand gratefully and departed, leaving behind a faint fragrance of rain and lavender. When the echo of her steps had faded, Holmes turned to Watson, his composure unbroken. "A singular case," he murmured, "and one that will not let me rest until daylight." "You mean to go now?" "Indeed. The fog will serve us better than sunshine. Come, Watson. Your company is invaluable when human sympathy is required." Within minutes they were abroad, their lanterns swinging softly in the vaporous dark. The city was a world of silhouettes. Gas lamps glowed dim through the mist, painting pale halos upon wet cobblestones. From shuttered shops came the faint scent of bread and spice. From distant alleys, the sleepy clatter of a wagon wheel. Even the river seemed to move more slowly under the blanket of haze. They walked side by side, the rhythmic tap of Holmes's cane the only sound between them. "You have a theory already," said Watson quietly. "A whisper of one," Holmes replied. "But the truth often lies where reason and compassion meet. Let us see what the night will reveal." Down through Fleet Street they went, past silent print shops and the ghostly outlines of omnibuses long since stabled. The houses grew poorer, the air thicker. Yet there was nothing threatening in the darkness, only the muted stillness of a city at rest. At last they reached Upper Swandam Lane. The houses leaned together, old and timbered, their eaves dripping with mist. A single sign creaked faintly above the entrance to a narrow door. The Bar of Gold. Holmes tapped upon it, and an old caretaker admitted them without protest, recognizing the detective at once. Within, the air hung heavy with opium smoke, sweet and strange, though not unpleasant. A few figures lay stretched upon benches, their breathing slow, their faces turned toward dreams. The lamplight filtered through the haze, turned everything to softened amber. Holmes moved among them like a ghost, his keen eyes missing nothing yet disturbing no one. He paused before a low door at the back. This should be the room, Watson. He pushed it open. Inside, a single candle flickered beside a bed. Upon that bed lay the disfigured man of whom Mrs. St. Clair had spoken. A beggar with a horrible twist to his lip, his clothes in rags, his beard matted. The man stirred and blinked up at them. Holmes approached slowly, his voice low, almost soothing. "Good evening. You need not fear us." The beggar muttered something unintelligible and turned away. Holmes seated himself quietly at the edge of the bed, studying the man's features in the wavering light. Then, with infinite delicacy, he dipped a handkerchief in water from a nearby basin and passed it twice across the fellow's cheek. A faint smear of colour came away, then another. Beneath the grime, fair skin showed through. Holmes's expression did not change, but Watson saw a spark of certainty kindle behind his calm eyes. "Mr. Neville St. Clair," he said softly, "you've played your part well, but the play is over." The man froze. For an instant, the silence in the little room was profound. Then, with a sigh that seemed to release years of tension, he raised his hands and rubbed away the disguise entirely. The twisted lip was gone. The features beneath were unmistakably those of the missing gentleman. "I am discovered," he murmured, his voice breaking. Holmes's tone was one of gentle reassurance. "Only found, sir, not judged. Tell us how it came to this." The story unfolded slowly, broken by long pauses. Years before, St. Clair had befriended a crippled beggar and learned of the surprising profits of pity. Out of curiosity, he had tried it once himself, disguised beyond recognition. The coins had rained into his hand more plentifully than from any editor's commission. Shame had warred with fascination, yet the ease of it drew him back again and again. Soon the disguise was a daily habit, a strange second life. And then his wife had seen him, and terror had driven him into hiding. As the tale ended, the first grey hint of dawn showed through the dirty window. Holmes rose and drew the curtains wide, letting the pale light fall across the weary man. "Go home," he said quietly. "Tell your wife everything. She loves you still. You will find forgiveness there. Let the twisted lip be buried with the night." Tears glimmered in St. Clair's eyes. "You are a good man, Mr. Holmes." Holmes shook his head gently. "Only one who prefers harmony to discord. The truth, when spoken kindly, restores all balance." He took up his hat and cane. "Come, Watson, our work is done." They stepped once more into the street, where the mist was thinning and the river shone like pewter beneath a paling sky. A faint breeze stirred the fog into ribbons. The chill felt clean and new. Watson drew a deep breath. You were certain of him from the first. Not certain, said Holmes, smiling faintly. But hope has its own logic. I trusted Mrs. St. Clair's eyes as one trusts the compass at sea. They walked on in companionable silence, their footsteps echoing softly on the damp stones. The city was waking, a milkman's cry, the creak of shutters, the first glow of bakery windows. Yet in that hour between night and morning, all things felt suspended in calm. When they reached Baker Street once more, Mrs. Hudson had already set the kettle upon the hob. The scent of tea mingled with the faint perfume of pipe smoke and the lingering chill of the fog. Holmes removed his coat, folded it with precise movements, and stood for a moment by the window. Strange, is it not, Watson? How the most sordid disguises can conceal the gentlest of intentions. The man only sought to provide. Vanity betrayed him, but love will redeem him, Watson smiled. And you? Will you sleep now? Holmes gave a soft laugh. Sleep, perhaps, when the mind has played its final cadence. He reached for his violin. The bow drew forth a low, tender note that quivered through the still air like a sigh of relief. The melody was unhurried, filled with warmth, a nocturne rather than a triumph. Each phrase settled more deeply into quietude, until the room itself seemed to breathe in rhythm. Watson sank back in his chair, eyes half closed, lulled by the sound. The mystery already felt distant, dreamlike. The violin sang of mist and forgiveness, of a city at peace with its own secrets. Holmes's expression softened as he played, the lines of intellect easing into calm. The final chord lingered, a shimmer in the air, and then was gone. He set the instrument down gently. The fire crackled, the clock ticked, and beyond the curtains, London's grey dawn melted into day. Watson's head had dropped against the chair back. Holmes drew a blanket lightly across his friend's knees and sat watching the coals burn low. A faint smile touched his lips. The mystery of the twisted lip, he murmured, is ended. He leaned back, eyes closing in satisfaction. The room was utterly still, save for the whisper of wind at the panes, and in that stillness all of Baker Street seemed to rest, mind, heart, and city alike. The grey light strengthened slowly over London, like the steady turning of a dimmer hand. The fog was thinning into wisps, revealing chimney pots and spires, the quiet outlines of a city awakening without hurry. In Baker Street, the fire had sunk to embers, the air faintly perfumed by last night's tobacco and the mellow varnish of the violin. Holmes sat motionless in the same chair, one arm resting upon the violin case, his gaze distant but peaceful. Watson still slept lightly by the hearth, his breathing, even his features, softened in repose. The detective smiled faintly at the sight. A soldier turned physician, a man who had seen storms and gunfire, now sleeping safely beside a friendly flame. Holmes rose at length, stirring the coals to life with a practiced hand. The gentle clink of iron upon grate sounded almost like a lullaby in reverse, coaxing warmth rather than sleep. Presently the room filled again with that particular glow that belonged only to Baker Street, half study, half sanctuary. Outside, a milk cart rattled softly past. The clop of the horses' hooves echoed up the narrow street, mingling with the faint cries of early vendors. Morning papers and morning papers. Watson stirred and opened his eyes. For a moment he seemed uncertain whether he dreamed still, for the light was diffuse and golden, and the violin upon the table gleamed like something half imagined. Holmes turned toward him with a mild expression. "You slept, Watson. Good. I would not have roused you for the world." "I did indeed," said Watson, stretching a little. "You must have sat there half the night." "Only until the music ceased to echo in my mind. It is curious how melody resolves thought, like a knot untied." Mrs. Hudson appeared with a tray, fresh tea, brown toast, and the faintest scent of orange marmalade. She moved quietly, aware that both men still hovered in that pleasant border between dream and day. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said softly. "A letter has come, sir, by hand, not post." Holmes took it, nodding his thanks. The envelope was simple, the handwriting tremulous yet neat. He broke the seal and read, while the steam from the teapot wove lazy ribbons about his face. At last he passed the paper across to Watson. "From Mrs. St. Clair," Watson read. "My husband returned home at dawn, weary but safe. He has confessed all, and there is forgiveness between us. The children are still asleep, and when they wake, they shall find their father by the fire. God bless you both for the mercy shown." Holmes leaned back, folding his long fingers together. "There, my dear fellow, is the true ending of every just inquiry." Peace restored, Watson's eyes softened. "You might almost have written it yourself, Holmes." "Ah, but I could not have written the part about forgiveness." Holmes smiled slightly. "That is Mrs. St. Clair's contribution, and perhaps yours, for you would have urged compassion where I might have stopped at deduction," Watson chuckled. "Nonsense. You would never have exposed the man had you thought exposure cruel." Holmes regarded the glowing coals. "Perhaps not. There are puzzles meant to be solved and others meant to be soothed. This was the latter." He rose, went to the window and looked out. The city shimmered faintly in the morning damp. Drays moved along the street with the slow dignity of ships leaving harbour. A child in a bright scarf chased a hoop through the mist. The world, in its ordinary way, was beautiful. Holmes spoke almost to himself. How gentle London seems after the night's adventures, each soul returning to its orbit. Watson joined him. "I have often thought," he said, "that you thrive upon such nights, yet appear calmer after them than before." Holmes smiled. "Because mystery unsettles the mind until it yields. Resolution is the mind's rest." He turned from the window, drew once more upon his pipe, and the blue curls of smoke rose into the morning light, as if continuing their dream from the night before. The faint fragrance joined with that of toast and tea, blending into the very scent of comfort. Watson sipped his cup in silence, watching the patterns of smoke. "You play the violin as though the city itself listens," he said presently. "It does in its fashion," Holmes replied. "Every window hides a listener, every shadow an ear. London is a great orchestra, One has only to discern the theme. The conversation drifted into long pauses, the way of those who need no effort to be at ease. From the mantel clock came the small ticking of steady seconds, as rhythmic and hypnotic as raindrops. Time in that moment seemed content to wander at its own pace. After breakfast, Holmes moved to the desk and took up a clean sheet of paper. "It will not do," he murmured, "that the official record should lack its peaceful close." His pen began to move, the scratch upon paper soft and steady. Watson watched as the detective's lean form bent slightly over the desk, the plume of smoke rising beside him like the ghost of a thought. When he had finished, Holmes sanded the page and read aloud the final lines. Thus was the strange case of the twisted lip resolved not by arrest or trial, but by confession freely offered and pardon freely given. No punishment could exceed remorse. No reward could surpass reunion. He blotted the page and laid it aside. "There," he said gently, "that will suffice." Watson nodded. "You'll send it to the Yard?" Holmes's eyes twinkled. "Perhaps, or perhaps it shall remain between ourselves and the morning air. Some truths, my dear Watson, are meant not for record but for repose." The day unfolded softly around them. A few visitors came and went, clients with questions, tradesmen with parcels, but the hours carried no urgency. The fog lifted entirely by noon, revealing a pale blue sky streaked with white. Even London, usually brisk and brash, seemed to tread softly for their sake. In the quiet moments between callers, Holmes tuned his violin once more. The strings gave forth a sigh, a whisper of music hardly louder than the tick of the clock. He drew the bow across in a slow, wandering phrase that seemed half improvisation, half memory. Watson sat by the window with his notebook, pretending to write but mostly listening. The melody reminded him of the river at ebb tide, gentle, inevitable, returning always to calm. As the afternoon waned, the light mellowed to honey gold. Shadows lengthened upon the carpet, soft and dappled like the surface of still water. Holmes played on, sometimes pausing to relight his pipe, sometimes merely gazing at the curling smoke as though reading it for secrets. Watson closed his notebook. "You make even melancholy restful," he said. Holmes inclined his head slightly. Music like deduction must lead to serenity. Otherwise it is mere noise. The violin sang again, the tones sweet and dark. Each note seemed to fall deeper into stillness, until at last the instrument was silent, and only the gentle ticking of the clock remained. Evening returned as softly as it had departed the night before. The lamplight bloomed again, steady and low. The streets beyond the curtains glimmered faintly in mist. Mrs. Hudson brought in the supper tray and withdrew with the quiet skill of one. Long accustomed to their habits, they ate sparingly. Cold meats, bread, a little wine, then sat once more before the hearth. Holmes drew his legs up, his long fingers resting lightly upon his knees. "Strange," he said after a pause, "that even deception may spring from love. The man deceived the world to feed his family, yet nearly lost them by the same act. Thus do we twist our own lips, so to speak, until honesty sets them straight again." Watson smiled. You grow philosophical, Holmes. Perhaps I grow sleepy, said Holmes with that rare, almost human laugh that few heard and fewer forgot. The body demands what the mind denies. He reached for the violin once more, but not to play, a habit of his hand seeking comfort rather than purpose. His eyes half closed, the lamplight made a halo around the smoke from his pipe. Watson leaned back, content. The room was an island of warmth amid a city settling once again into mist and hush. From somewhere below came the faint rattle of a cab, then silence. The air thickened with the fragrance of oak embers and the ghost of past melodies. Holmes spoke again very softly. Do you hear it, Watson? The rhythm of the streets, the pulse beneath the calm. Watson listened. Far off the city breathed. A whisper of wind against windows, a single bell tolling the half hour, the faint clatter of hooves fading into distance. Yes, he said, I hear it. It sounds like a lullaby. Holmes nodded once, the gesture barely perceptible. London sings to herself when the day is done. The detective's eyes closed fully then. The pipe, long since cooled, slipped gently from his hand onto the hearthrug without a sound. Watson picked it up and set it aside, smiling. Holmes's breathing was slow, measured, neither wakeful nor quite asleep, but somewhere in the peaceful interval between. Watson drew the curtains a little wider. Through the pane he could see the faint shimmer of lamplight upon the wet street, the reflection of gas jets in puddles, like fragments of stars fallen to earth. The fog had returned, lightly wrapping everything in a tender blur. Even the nearest houses appeared softened, as though the whole world had taken on the gentleness of dream. He settled once more by the fire, allowing his thoughts to drift. The image of Mrs. St. Clair greeting her husband came to him. Perhaps at that very hour she was lighting their lamp-setting supper, smiling through tears. All the city's stories were like that, he reflected. Small mysteries leading toward peace, if only one had the patience to follow them. Holmes stirred faintly and murmured, half asleep, Watson, remind me tomorrow to send the toy for the little boy. I shall, said Watson quietly. The words seemed to satisfy Holmes, for his face relaxed again, the faintest smile touching his mouth. The firelight played over his features, smoothing the lines of intellect into tranquility. In that gentle glow he looked younger, almost boyish, as though deduction itself had finally allowed him rest. Time moved softly onward. The cold settled with a sigh, a single ember flaring and fading like the heartbeat of the hearth. Watson's eyes grew heavy. He watched the shadow of the violin upon the wall, its slender neck curving upward like a question now answered. He rose at last, drew a light coverlet over his friend's shoulders, and turned down the lamp until its flame was a single golden pearl. The room darkened to a calm half-light. Outside, the fog folded closer, insulating Baker Street from the rest of the world. Holmes murmured again, scarcely audibly, "The mystery resolved." "Yes," whispered Watson, "all is well, old friend." He sat once more and allowed his thoughts to drift into silence. The final moments of wakefulness slipped away gently. like papers sliding from a desk to the floor, unimportant until morning. The softest hum of city air filled the room, neither wind nor sound, merely presence, and thus the night deepened. London breathed in long, even rhythms. The great city slept. Within that upper room, two friends rested in complete accord. The detective and the doctor, the thinker and the chronicler, safe amid their books, their instruments, their gentle mysteries. The violin lay quiet, but its last note seemed still to vibrate somewhere in the air, a thread of harmony connecting dream to waking world. The scent of tobacco lingered faintly, the emblem of Holmes's thought, and in the grate the fire's final glow pulsed like a heartbeat slowly subsiding into sleep. The clock ticked on, steady and unhurried. Outside, a late carriage passed, then silence again, deep, enfolding, absolute. Beneath that peace, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson drifted together toward rest, and all of London, for a brief and blessed while, seemed to dream with them. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The mystery of the naval treaty. The evening had settled over London like a soft blanket, and the lamps along Baker Street glowed with a warm amber light that seemed to hold back the encroaching darkness with the gentlest of touches. Inside our sitting room at 221B, the fire crackled with that particular sound that speaks only of comfort and safety. A whisper of burning wood, a murmur of settling coals, each small sound a lullaby in itself. I sat in my familiar chair, the one that had moulded itself to my form over countless evenings just like this one, and watched as Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, his tall, lean figure silhouetted against the glow of the street below. He held his pipe loosely in one hand, and thin tendrils of smoke rose lazily toward the ceiling, curling and twisting in the lamplight like dreams taking shape. It was one of those rare, peaceful moments when no urgent case demanded our attention, when the city beyond our walls seemed to breathe slowly and deeply, preparing itself for the long, gentle descent into night. The sounds that reached us were muted and far away, the distant clip-clop of a horse's hooves, the soft call of a street vendor closing his cart for the evening, the rustling of leaves in the plane trees that lined the street. "Watson," Holmes said softly, turning from the window with that particular expression he wore when his mind was engaged but not troubled. "I believe we're about to receive a visitor." His words were quiet, almost drowsy, and I felt no alarm at this announcement. Indeed, there was something soothing about the predictability of it all, the way Holmes could read the world around him, the way our lives followed patterns that, while occasionally surprising, always resolved themselves into comprehensible narratives. "At this hour?" I asked, though my tone held no protest. The clock on the mantelpiece showed 8:30, a perfectly reasonable time for a consultation. "The cab that just stopped outside has been travelling for some distance. You can hear the particular weariness in the horse's gait, and the footsteps now ascending our stairs carry the weight of someone bearing a burden, though not a physical one. No, this is someone carrying worry. but the measured pace suggests they have had time to consider their problem, to let the initial panic settle into something more manageable. And indeed, even as he spoke, we heard the tread upon the stairs, a slow, contemplative rhythm that matched perfectly with the peaceful mood of the evening. Mrs. Hudson's gentle knock came at our door, and she announced, with the soft formality she reserved for evening visitors, "Mr. Percy Phelps to see you, Mr. Holmes." The young man who entered our room carried the unmistakable air of someone who had been unwell, though his distress had clearly mellowed into a kind of resigned melancholy rather than acute suffering. He was perhaps 30, with a face that would have been handsome had it not been drawn with fatigue, and eyes that spoke of many sleepless nights now giving way to a weary acceptance. Holmes gestured to the chair nearest the fire with a movement so gentle it was almost a caress of the air itself. "Please, Mr. Phelps, sit. You have travelled from Woking, I see, and the journey has tired you. Some brandy, perhaps. Watson, would you be so kind?" I poured a small measure into a glass, the sound of the liquid a peaceful gurgle, and handed it to our visitor, who accepted it with a grateful nod. The fire painted warm shadows across his face, and gradually I saw the tension begin to ease from his shoulders. "Mr. Holmes," Phelps began, his voice soft and slightly hoarse, "I come to you at the recommendation of a mutual acquaintance. I find myself in a situation that has caused me considerable anguish, though I must confess that the worst of it has passed, leaving only this persistent worry that follows me like a shadow." "Tell us your story," Holmes said, settling into his own chair with the fluid grace of a cat finding its favourite cushion. "Take your time. The night is long, and we have nowhere else to be." And so Percy Phelps began to speak, his words falling into the quiet room like stones into still water, each one creating ripples that spread and faded into the warmth of the fire's glow. He told us of his position at the Foreign Office, a post secured through family connections but maintained through his own diligent work. He spoke of the trust placed in him, the responsibility he carried with quiet pride, and then, in tones that grew softer as the shame of the memory touched him, he described the evening, some weeks past now, when he had been given an important naval treaty to copy. It was late, Phelps said, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The office was nearly empty. I worked in a room off the main corridor, and the document sat on my desk. Pages of careful diplomatic language, important to international relations, but to my tired eyes, they began to blur together into abstract patterns. He paused, taking a slow sip of his brandy, the crystal glass catching the firelight in a brief amber flash, and the silence that followed was comfortable, patient, like an old friend content to wait. "I rang for coffee," he continued, his voice steady but low. "The commissionnaire's wife was to bring it, but time passed, more time than it should have. I grew concerned and went to investigate. When I returned to my office..." His voice trailed away, and he closed his eyes, the weight of memory pressing gently upon him. The treaty was gone. The words hung in the air, simple and stark, yet somehow surrounded by the warmth of our sitting room, with the fire crackling softly and the night pressing gently against the windows. Even this moment of loss and betrayal felt distant, as though it had happened in another world, to another man. The illness that followed was my own body's way of escaping what my mind could not accept, Phelps said quietly, almost to himself. Brain fever, the doctors called it. I lay in my bed for 9 weeks, drifting in and out of consciousness, and perhaps there was a mercy in that, in not having to face, each waking moment, what I had lost through my carelessness. Holmes, who had listened with his eyes half closed, now opened them fully and regarded our visitor with an expression of gentle consideration, the firelight reflecting in his gaze like quiet understanding. "But you have recovered," he said softly, "and that in itself is something. The body and mind are remarkable in their capacity to heal, given time and patience." "I have," Phelps agreed, a faint note of gratitude in his voice, "though the treaty remains missing and my career hangs by the thinnest of threads. The matter has been kept quiet. Those involved hope still that it might be recovered before the secret provisions are revealed or sold. But each day that passes, we will look into this matter," Holmes assured him, his voice carrying the calm certainty of someone who has seen many problems resolve through patient application of thought. "Watson and I will visit you tomorrow at Woking. You're staying with relatives, I understand." "With my old school friend Joseph Harrison and his sister," Phelps replied. "They have been very kind." After a few more quiet words, arrangements were made, and Percy Phelps took his leave, his footsteps on the stairs sounding lighter than when he had arrived. Holmes and I sat for a long moment in companionable silence, watching the fire burn lower. "An interesting problem," Holmes murmured, "but not, I think, an insoluble one. Sleep well tonight, Watson. Tomorrow we venture into the peaceful Surrey countryside." The morning found us at Waterloo Station, boarding a train bound for Woking. The early hour had a freshness to it, a clean simplicity that seemed to wash away the complexities of the previous evening. The platform was quiet, with only a few travellers moving with unhurried purpose, their footsteps echoing softly in the vast space above. We settled into our compartment, and as the train pulled slowly away from London, I felt that particular sense of peace that comes from beginning a journey. The rhythmic clacking of the wheels on the rails created a steady meditative pulse, and through the window, the city gradually gave way to the green expanses of the countryside. Holmes sat across from me, his long legs crossed, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of contemplation. But there was nothing tense or urgent in his manner. Rather, he seemed to be enjoying the journey itself, letting his mind work through the problem at its own pace, like a stream finding its way around smooth stones. "What do you make of it, Watson?" he asked, his voice barely rising above the gentle rumble of the train. I considered the question, watching the landscape slide past. Fields of green and gold, hedgerows thick with summer growth, small cottages with smoke rising peacefully from their chimneys. "It seems," I said slowly, "that someone within the Foreign Office itself must have taken the treaty. Someone who knew Phelps would be working late, who could move through the building without arousing suspicion." "Very good," Holmes murmured, "and yet weeks have passed and nothing has emerged. No attempt to sell the information, no diplomatic incident resulting from its disclosure. What does that suggest to you?" The train rounded a gentle curve, and sunlight flooded our compartment, warm and golden. "That perhaps the thief still has it, that they wait for the right moment?" Holmes smiled slightly, his eyes distant. "Perhaps. Or perhaps there are circumstances we do not yet understand. All will become clear in time, my dear fellow. It always does." The station at Woking was a small, charming place, with flower boxes beneath the windows and a station master who greeted the arriving passengers with a kindly nod. A carriage waited for us, and we rode through lanes overhung with arching trees, their leaves creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow that shifted and swayed in the gentle breeze. The house where Percy Phelps was staying proved to be a comfortable country residence, set back from the road amid well-tended gardens. Roses climbed the walls and the windows reflected the blue sky above. Everything about the place spoke of peace and stability, of lives lived at a measured pace, far from the urgencies of London. We were shown to a pleasant drawing room where Phelps awaited us, looking better than he had the previous evening. The country air and sunshine had brought some colour back to his cheeks, and his greeting was warm. With him was a young woman of considerable beauty, whom he introduced as Miss Annie Harrison, his friend's sister, and a man of perhaps 35, robust and cheerful, who was Joseph Harrison himself. "Mr. Holmes," Phelps said, "I cannot thank you enough for coming. I have been describing to Joseph and Annie the nature of my difficulty, and they have been most supportive." Holmes acknowledged this with a slight bow, then turned his attention to Phelps with that focused yet gentle manner he could adopt when interviewing a client. "I would like you to take me through that evening once more," he said, settling into a chair by the window where the morning light fell softly across his sharp features. "Every detail you can remember, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant." "And so," Phelps began again, his voice quiet and reflective, painting a picture of that fateful night. Holmes listened with his eyes half closed, occasionally asking a question, his tone always encouraging, never pressing. The commissionaire who had been on duty that night, Charles Gouraud, was an old soldier, reliable and trusted. His wife had gone to make the coffee as requested, but had been delayed. Her account was that she had gone to their private rooms and had seen no one. The commissionaire himself had seen a woman in the corridor, but had thought nothing of it. "And when you returned to your office," Holmes said softly, "having investigated the delay, describe exactly what you saw." "The papers were gone from my desk," Phelps replied. "Everything else was as I had left it. The window was closed. The door had been open. I had left it so when I went out." There was no sign of disturbance, no indication of anyone having been there, except that the most important document in my care had simply vanished. Holmes nodded slowly, his gaze turning to the window, where beyond the glass the garden lay peaceful in the summer sun. And in the weeks since, nothing. No word, no demand, no revelation of the treaty's contents. It is as if it disappeared into thin air. After some further quiet discussion, Holmes suggested a visit to the Foreign Office itself, and arrangements were made. But before we left, Holmes asked to see the room where Phelps had been staying during his recovery. It was a pleasant bedroom on the first floor, simply furnished but comfortable, with windows overlooking the garden. Sunshine streamed through the glass, illuminating the room with a soft, warm glow. Holmes moved about slowly, his eyes taking in every detail, but his manner was unhurried, contemplative. "You have been comfortable here?" he asked Phelps. "Very much so. Joseph and Annie have been wonderful hosts. This room has been my sanctuary during these difficult weeks." Holmes nodded, then moved to the window, looking out over the garden below. For a long moment he simply stood there, and I could almost see his mind working through the problem piece by piece, with the patience of someone assembling a puzzle on a quiet afternoon. Our visit to the Foreign Office that afternoon was conducted with similar quiet thoroughness. The building itself, while located in the heart of London's government district, had a certain peaceful solemnity to it. The corridors were wide and hushed, with thick carpets that absorbed footsteps, and the light that fell through the tall windows had a filtered, aqueous quality. Holmes examined the office where the treaty had been kept, moving slowly around the room, occasionally pausing to study a particular detail. He spoke with the commissionaire, Charles Gouraud, whose weathered face showed the marks of many years of faithful service. The old soldier answered Holmes's gentle questions with quiet dignity, his voice never rising above a respectful murmur. "I saw a woman in the corridor that night, sir," Gouraud said. "I thought it might be my wife, but when I went to check, she was in our rooms, attending to the coffee. The woman I saw must have been someone else, but in the dim light I could not see her clearly." Holmes nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful but untroubled. Every piece of information seemed to settle into place somewhere in his mind, like sediment drifting to the bottom of a clear pond. We returned to Woking in the gentle light of late afternoon, the train carrying us back through the countryside as shadows began to lengthen across the fields. Holmes was quiet during the journey, but it was the quietness of deep thought rather than perplexity, and I found myself lulled by the rhythm of the rails and the peaceful view beyond the window. That evening, as we dined with Phelps and the Harrisons, the conversation flowed easily, touching on matters far removed from the missing treaty. Joseph Harrison proved to be an entertaining companion, full of stories from his travels, and Annie Harrison's gentle manner brought a warmth to the gathering that seemed to ease even Phelps' lingering anxiety. After dinner, Holmes surprised us all by suggesting that he and I would spend the night at the house if our host could accommodate us. "I believe," he said quietly, "that it would be instructive to remain here overnight. If you have rooms available, we would be most grateful." Miss Harrison assured us that rooms could easily be prepared, and so it was arranged. As the evening deepened into night, we gathered in the drawing room, and the conversation drifted like the smoke from the fireplace, soft and meandering, touching on philosophy and literature, on the pleasures of country life and the beauties of the natural world. Eventually we retired to our rooms. Mine was next to Phelps's, a comfortable chamber with a view of the garden, now mysterious and beautiful in the moonlight. I prepared for bed, feeling the pleasant fatigue of the day settling over me, and was just extinguishing my candle when I heard a soft tap at my door. It was Holmes, still fully dressed, his eyes bright but his manner calm. "Watson," he said quietly, "I must ask you to remain alert tonight. I have reason to believe that something of significance may occur. Would you be willing to keep watch with me?" There was no urgency in his request, no sense of danger, only a quiet anticipation of some resolution. I dressed again and followed him downstairs, where he had positioned 2 chairs in the drawing room, with a view of both the hallway and the garden windows. "What do you expect?" I whispered. "Patience," Holmes murmured. "All will reveal itself in time." We sat in the darkness, the house quiet around us. Through the windows, the garden was a study in silver and shadow, the moonlight painting everything in soft, dreamlike tones. An owl called somewhere in the distance, a sound of perfect peace, and the grandfather clock in the hall marked the passing hours with gentle chimes. I must confess that the late hour and the comfortable chair began to work their magic on me. My eyes grew heavy, and I drifted into that state between waking and sleeping, where time seems to stretch and bend, where reality and dream begin to merge. But Holmes remained alert, and at some point, I cannot say exactly when, he touched my arm gently, bringing me fully awake. He raised a finger to his lips and pointed toward the hallway. A light had appeared, moving slowly, and with it came the soft sound of footsteps. We watched from our darkened vantage point as a figure emerged into the drawing room. Joseph Harrison, carrying a candle, his face drawn and anxious in the flickering light. He moved to the window and opened it slowly, carefully, trying to make no sound. Then, to our surprise, he reached through and lifted something from outside, a metal document case hidden among the rose bushes. Holmes rose smoothly from his chair, and his voice when he spoke was gentle rather than accusatory. "Mr. Harrison, I think you have something that belongs to Mr. Phelps." Harrison spun around, the document case clutched in his hands, his face a picture of shock and despair. But there was no violence in him, no attempt to flee or fight. Instead, he seemed to crumple, the weight of his secret finally proving too much to bear. "I never meant," he began, his voice breaking. "It was an impulse, a moment of madness. I was visiting Percy at the office that night. I had business nearby and stopped by. He had left the room, and the treaty was there on the desk. I knew it was valuable, knew it could be sold for a fortune. I took it thinking I would. But then Percy fell ill, so terribly ill, and I knew it was my fault. I couldn't sell it. I couldn't destroy it. I hid it in the garden here, thinking perhaps someday I could return it anonymously, make amends. Holmes moved toward him slowly, his expression not of triumph, but of understanding, even compassion. "And you have carried this burden for weeks," he said softly. "It must have been exhausting." Harrison nodded, tears now flowing freely down his face. Every day, seeing Percy suffering, seeing Annie worry for him, knowing I was the cause. And then you came, Mr. Holmes, and I knew it was only a matter of time. Tonight, I thought perhaps I could retrieve it, return it somehow without anyone knowing, but secrets have a way of revealing themselves, Holmes said gently. "Come, let us wake Mr. Phelps. I believe he will want to have his property returned to him, and I suspect he will be more forgiving than you might imagine." The remainder of that night passed in a blur of revelations and reconciliations. Percy Phelps, when woken and presented with the recovered treaty, could barely speak for emotion. He held the document case, in trembling hands, tears streaming down his face, not of anger toward Harrison, but of sheer relief. "It's safe," he kept saying. "It's truly safe." Annie Harrison comforted her brother, who had collapsed into a chair, his body shaking with sobs of shame and relief. "Joseph," she said softly, "what you did was wrong, terribly wrong, but you have suffered for it, and you tried, in your way, to make it right." Holmes stood by the window, looking out at the garden where the first hints of dawn were beginning to lighten the eastern sky. "The treaty will be returned to the Foreign Office," he said quietly. "Mr. Phelps, I trust you can explain its absence in a way that need not implicate Mr. Harrison too heavily. The matter was one of opportunity and impulse, not calculated treason. And he has, in his own way, been punished enough." Phelps looked at Harrison for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Joseph and I were friends once. Perhaps in time we might be again. The important thing is that the treaty is recovered, that no damage has been done to the nation's interests. The rest we can work through." As dawn broke over the Surrey countryside, flooding the garden with gentle light, we all felt a collective sense of release, as though a weight had been lifted from all our shoulders. The mystery was solved not through violence or dramatic confrontation, but through patience, observation, and the quiet persistence of truth making itself known. Holmes and I returned to London later that morning, the train carrying us back through a landscape that seemed to shimmer with new possibility. Phelps would return the treaty, his career restored, his health improving each day. Harrison would have to live with what he had done, but he would do so with his conscience finally clear, his burden shared and forgiven. "Another case concluded," I said to Holmes as we settled into our compartment. He smiled slightly, his eyes already distant, perhaps already moving on to the next puzzle. "Indeed, Watson, but what struck me most about this affair was not the mystery itself, but the way in which all the participants carried their respective burdens. Phelps with his illness and shame, Harrison with his guilt, the commissionaire, with his worry that he had somehow failed in his duty. We all carry such weights, my friend, and sometimes the greatest service we can render is simply to help others." The train rumbled on through the peaceful countryside, and I found myself agreeing with his sentiment. Outside the window, fields rolled past in gentle waves, and the sky above was the soft, limitless blue of a perfect summer day. By the time we reached Baker Street, the city had awakened fully, but the urgency and noise seemed somehow distant, manageable. We climbed the familiar stairs to our sitting room, where Mrs. Hudson had laid out tea and the fire was already burning cheerfully in the grate. Holmes settled into his chair with a contented sigh, reaching for his pipe. "Well, Watson," he said softly, "that was a most satisfactory resolution. No harm done, lessons learned, and lives put back together. One cannot ask for more than that," I agreed, pouring myself a cup of tea and settling into my own chair. Outside, the evening was beginning to gather once more, but inside all was warm and peaceful. Another mystery solved, another story ready to be told, and the comfortable certainty that tomorrow would bring its own gentle adventures. The fire crackled softly, and Holmes's pipe sent up lazy spirals of smoke toward the ceiling. Somewhere in the distance, church bells chimed the hour, their sound carrying through the twilight like a benediction. And in that moment, all was exactly as it should be, peaceful, safe, and complete. Rest now as the story finds its ending, and let the gentle world of Sherlock Holmes carry you softly into sleep, where mysteries resolve themselves into dreams, and all things find their proper place in the great peaceful pattern of existence. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The Mystery of Silver Blaze. The evening train rocks you gently as it carries you through the deepening twilight, away from the bustling streets of London and into the soft embrace of the countryside. You settle into the plush velvet seat of the first-class carriage, watching as the city's gas lamps give way to the gentler lights of villages and farmsteads, each one a warm point of comfort in the gathering dusk. Beside you, Sherlock Holmes sits in contemplative silence, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his keen grey eyes watching the landscape transform outside the window. The rhythm of the rails creates a lullaby beneath you, a steady, dependable pulse that seems to slow your breathing, ease the tension from your shoulders. The compartment is warm, heated by copper foot warmers that radiate a gentle heat upward, and the leather seats have been worn soft by countless travellers before you. Holmes has invited you to accompany him on what he calls a most restful case, and already you can feel the cares of the city falling away like autumn leaves left behind on the platform at Paddington Station. "We are travelling to King's Pyland," Holmes murmurs, his voice low and melodious in the quiet of the carriage. "A place of rolling downs and peaceful stables, where the morning mist clings to the hillsides like silk scarves, and the only urgency is the gentle anticipation of a coming race. The Wessex Cup, to be precise, a race that draws the finest horses in England to compete on grounds where the turf has been tended for generations. You nod, letting his words wash over you like a warm bath. Through the window, the last rays of sunset paint the clouds in shades of rose and lavender, streaking across the sky in horizontal bands of colour that seem to stretch on forever. The fields beyond are turning from gold to amber in the fading light, and here and there you can see sheep grazing on distant hillsides, small white dots against the darkening green. The case, as Holmes has explained it, concerns a racehorse named Silver Blaze, a magnificent creature, a champion thoroughbred who has disappeared from his stable under the most puzzling circumstances. The horse is valued at 5,000 guineas, a fortune by any measure, and is favoured to win the upcoming race by a considerable margin. But there is no alarm in Holmes's manner, no urgency that might disturb the growing tranquillity within you. Instead, he speaks of the mystery as one might describe a pleasant country walk, full of interesting observations and gentle revelations. The beauty of such puzzles, Holmes continues, his voice like honey and smoke, lies not in their drama, but in their details. The way a footprint tells a story, the way silence itself can speak volumes. We shall untangle this mystery as one might unknot a ribbon, slowly, carefully, with patience and care. There is no need for haste in the countryside, where time moves at the pace of clouds drifting across the sky. The train carries you onward through the deepening night, past hedgerows heavy with evening dew, their leaves glistening in the last light of day. You pass through small stations where no one boards or alights, their platforms empty save for the station master who waves a green lamp as you pass. The countryside becomes more rugged now, with outcroppings of grey stone pushing through the earth and dark woods standing silent in the valleys. Past churchyards where ancient yews stand sentinel in the darkness, their branches spreading like protective arms over weathered gravestones that have stood for centuries. The carriage is warm, the lamplight soft and golden, casting a honeyed glow over everything it touches. The other passengers in nearby compartments are quiet, perhaps reading newspapers or dozing, and there is a sense of the world settling down for the night, of everyone and everything finding their place of rest. You feel yourself drifting on the edge of dreams, lulled by the steady percussion of iron wheels on iron rails, by the occasional whistle of the locomotive ahead, by the comfortable silence between you and Holmes that requires no words to be companionable. When at last you arrive at the small station near King's Pyland, the night has fully descended, bringing with it a soft mist that hangs in the air like gauze. The platform is quiet, deserted save for a single porter, who moves with unhurried steps, his lantern swaying gently as he walks. The light catches in the mist, creating small halos of illumination that seem to float in the darkness. Holmes helps you down from the carriage, and you stand for a moment, breathing in the cool, clean air that tastes of grass and earth and distant rain. There is a smell, too, of peat smoke from nearby cottages and the faint perfume of night-blooming flowers, jasmine perhaps, or honeysuckle. A carriage awaits to carry you the final miles to the training stables, and as you settle into its leather seats, wrapped in a travelling blanket against the evening chill, you gaze out at the landscape passing by. The driver sits above, making soft clicking sounds to encourage the horse, and you can hear the steady clip-clop of hooves on the country lane, a sound as old as time itself. The Dartmoor countryside spreads around you in gentle undulations, the hills rising and falling like the chest of a sleeping giant. Here and there lights glow from distant farmhouses, each one a promise of warmth and safety in the night. Some windows show the flicker of firelight, others the steadier glow of oil lamps, and you imagine families gathered around their hearths, sharing the day's stories before retiring to bed. Holmes speaks quietly of what you will find at King's Pyland, the stables where Silver Blaze was kept, the scene of the strange disappearance. But his words are measured, thoughtful, with none of the sharp edges that might disturb your growing peace. He describes the landscape with a painter's eye, the way the training grounds stretch across the downs, miles of carefully maintained grass where horses can gallop freely, the manner in which the morning fog gathers in the valleys, creating pockets of white that the rising sun slowly dissolves. The sound of horses breathing softly in their stalls as dawn approaches, their warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. The way the stable boys move quietly in the early hours, carrying buckets of water and armfuls of fresh hay, speaking in low voices so as not to startle their charges. The carriage rolls smoothly along the country lane, and you let your head rest against the cushioned seat, your eyes half closed, watching the mist swirl in the lantern light. There is something deeply comforting about this journey, the sense of moving through a world that is both mysterious and entirely safe, where every question has an answer waiting to be discovered, and every answer brings only peace. The countryside here feels ancient, timeless, as though these same hills and valleys have been sheltering travelers for thousands of years, offering rest and refuge to all who pass through. At last you arrive at King's Pyland, and even in the darkness you can sense the orderliness of the place. The stables are neat and well kept, their white painted walls glowing softly in the lamplight that spills from several windows. The buildings are arranged in a horseshoe shape around a central courtyard, and you can see the darker shapes of horses visible through the upper portions of stable doors, their heads turned toward the sound of your arrival. The smell of hay and horses drifts on the night air, mingling with the scent of the moors, heather and gorse, and the clean smell of grass after rain. It is a good smell, an honest smell, speaking of care and attention and the patient work of generations. Colonel Ross, the owner of Silver Blaze, greets you with quiet courtesy, his voice hushed as though reluctant to disturb the stillness of the night. He is a gentleman of the old school, perhaps 60 years of age, with a military bearing softened by genuine concern for his missing horse. His face shows the lines of recent worry, but these ease somewhat at the sight of Holmes, and you can see in his eyes a hope that the famous detective will set everything right. But even this concern is gentle, tempered by his trust in Holmes and by the peaceful atmosphere of this place. The horse vanished 3 nights ago, the Colonel explains as he leads you through the grounds, his lantern casting long shadows across the cobblestones. And our trainer, John Straker, was found dead on the moor not far from here. A terrible tragedy, yet no sign of violence at the stable, no indication of struggle. It is as though Silver Blaze simply walked away into the night and Straker followed, only to meet with some accident in the darkness. You follow Holmes and the Colonel across the yard, your feet quiet on the gravel. The stable buildings stand in orderly rows, each one housing 6 or 8 horses, and from within comes the soft sound of horses shifting in their sleep, the occasional gentle whicker, the rustle of straw as they settle themselves more comfortably. It is a sound that seems to come from the edge of dreams, comforting and familiar, like the breathing of someone sleeping peacefully nearby. Holmes pauses at the entrance to Silver Blaze's stall, studying it with his characteristic intensity. Yet even this is somehow restful to observe, like watching an artist contemplate a canvas or a musician tune an instrument. He moves with fluid grace, his fingers trailing along the doorframe, testing the latch, examining the hinges. His eyes take in every detail with quiet satisfaction. The height of the door, the quality of the wood, the way the straw has been disturbed or left undisturbed. He kneels to examine the ground, his fingers tracing patterns in the dust that are invisible to your eyes, but speak volumes to his. "Tell me," Holmes says softly, rising to his feet and brushing his hands together, "about the night watchman, the dog that guards these stables." Colonel Ross shakes his head slowly, his expression puzzled. "That is perhaps the strangest part of all, Mr. Holmes. The dog did nothing that night, not a bark, not a sound. As though whoever took Silver Blaze was known to the animal, or as though no one came at all. The dog is normally quite vigilant, a large mastiff who has been with us for years. Nothing moves in these stables without his knowledge, and strangers are always announced by his baying. Yet on that night, silence." Holmes nods, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and you can see the satisfaction in his eyes, the look of a man who has just confirmed a suspicion. "The curious incident of the dog in the night time," he murmurs, more to himself than to anyone else. "How very interesting, how very revealing." You find yourself swaying slightly on your feet, the warmth of the stable and the lateness of the hour conspiring to make you wonderfully drowsy. The day has been long, and the journey has filled you with a pleasant weariness that seems to settle in your bones like ballast, grounding you, making you feel heavy and relaxed. Holmes notices and gestures toward the Colonel's house, a handsome Georgian building that stands adjacent to the stables, where comfortable rooms have been prepared for your stay. The guest room is perfect, a haven of quiet comfort with thick curtains of deep blue velvet, a deep feather mattress that seems to embrace you when you sit on its edge, and the kind of profound silence that exists only in the countryside, far from the clamour of the city. A fire has been laid as grate and is burning cheerfully, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A washstand holds a pitcher of clean water and fresh towels, and through the window you can see the dark expanse of the moors stretching away toward the horizon, mysterious and beautiful under the stars. But before you retire, Holmes invites you to join him for a nightcap by the fire in the sitting room, where he wishes to share his observations. You find yourself unable to refuse, curious despite your drowsiness to hear what conclusions the great detective has already drawn from the few clues you have seen. You settle into a wing-backed chair, the leather soft and welcoming beneath you, and accept a small glass of brandy that glows amber in the firelight. The liquid is smooth and warming, carrying hints of oak and vanilla, and you sip it slowly, feeling its gentle heat spread through your chest. Holmes stands by the mantelpiece, one arm resting on the marble shelf, the dancing flames casting gentle shadows across his sharp features, softening them, making him look younger, more at peace than you usually see him in London. The solution to this mystery, he begins, his voice barely above a murmur, lies not in what we see, but in what we understand. Consider the facts as we know them. The trainer, John Straker, was a trusted man, employed here for many years. He knew all the horses intimately, had raised some of them from foals. The dog knew him well as it knew the Colonel himself. And on the night of the disappearance, someone needed a particular kind of surgical knife, one that was found in Straker's possession when his body was discovered. The fire crackles softly, sending small showers of sparks up the chimney, and you feel the last pieces of the puzzle beginning to arrange themselves in your mind, though you cannot yet see the full picture. Holmes continues, his voice taking on the quality of a storyteller settling into a familiar tale. Add to this certain other facts. Straker had debts, gambling debts in particular. His wife, all unknowing, received a dress from a London modiste, expensive beyond their means, and most tellingly, the surgical knife found with him was of a type used for a very specific purpose, a purpose no honest trainer would need on the open moor in the dead of night. You sip your brandy, feeling its warmth spread through you like liquid comfort, and listen as Holmes weaves his explanation like a bedtime story, each detail falling into place with satisfying gentleness, like puzzle pieces sliding into their proper positions. Straker intended to lame the horse, Holmes continues, his tone somehow both matter-of-fact and infinitely kind, understanding human weakness without condoning it. A small injury, carefully placed, just enough to prevent Silver Blaze from winning the race. Nothing that would permanently harm the animal. It would allow Straker to profit from bets placed on other horses, to settle his debts and restore his finances. He took the horse from the stable in the night, a man the dog knew, so no alarm was raised. He led Silver Blaze out onto the moor, perhaps with a lantern to light the way, intending to perform this small surgery where no one would witness it. Holmes pauses, taking a sip from his own glass, and the firelight catches the crystal, sending rainbow fragments dancing across the ceiling. But Silver Blaze, when threatened, when he felt the touch of that knife, defended himself as any creature might. There was no villain from outside, no dramatic intruder in the night, no elaborate plot by rival stables. Only a trusted man making a poor choice out of desperation, and a horse acting on instinct, lashing out with his hooves as any animal would when threatened with pain. Straker fell, struck his head, and died there on the moor. And Silver Blaze, frightened and confused, wandered away into the night, seeking shelter, seeking safety. The fire crackles softly, and you feel the complete picture forming now, understanding flooding through you like warm honey. It makes sense, perfect sense, and there is something deeply satisfying in the way all the scattered pieces have come together to create a coherent whole. No villains, no elaborate schemes, just human weakness and animal instinct, a tragedy born of desperation rather than malice. And where is Silver Blaze now? You ask, your voice drowsy with contentment and the late hour and the effects of the brandy. Holmes's smile deepens and his eyes seem to glow in the firelight. Ah, that is the most delightful part of all. Tomorrow morning, when the mist lifts from the moors and the sun rises over the downs, we shall walk across the countryside to Mapleton, the rival training establishment some miles distant, and there, among their horses, we shall find Silver Blaze, unharmed and content, having simply wandered to the nearest shelter after the incident. Sometimes, my dear friend, the lost find their own way home, or at least to a place of temporary safety, until those who seek them can bring them back where they belong. You finish your brandy, the last drops carrying that same warming smoothness, and bid Holmes good night, climbing the stairs to your room with slow, peaceful steps. Each step feels deliberate and measured, and you run your hand along the smooth banister, feeling the cool wood beneath your palm. The bed welcomes you like an old friend, the sheets cool and crisp against your skin, smelling faintly of lavender from the sachet tucked beneath the pillow. The pillows are impossibly soft beneath your head, and the mattress seems to conform to your body, supporting you in perfect comfort. Through the window you can see the moors stretching away into darkness, mysterious and beautiful, holding their secrets with gentle grace. The stars are brilliant here, far from the city's lights, scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. You can make out the familiar constellations, Orion with his belt, the plough pointing toward the North Star, and watching them fills you with a sense of connection to something vast and eternal. Sleep comes quickly, and with it, dreams of the morning to come, dreams of walking across the misty downs with Holmes at your side, the the grass wet with dew beneath your feet, each step leaving a temporary print that slowly fades, the air fresh and clean in your lungs, tasting of earth and growing things. You dream of finding Silver Blaze, magnificent and calm, his silver coat gleaming in the early light like polished metal, his dark eyes wise and knowing, understanding in the way that animals sometimes do. You dream of the satisfaction of understanding, of seeing how all the scattered pieces of the puzzle fit together to create a picture of perfect sense, nothing wasted, everything in its place. And when morning does arrive, just as in your dreams, everything is exactly as Holmes predicted. You wake to soft light filtering through the curtains and the sound of birdsong from the garden below, larks and thrushes greeting the day with their liquid songs. You dress slowly, savouring the peaceful morning, and descend to find breakfast laid out in the dining room. Fresh eggs and bacon, warm bread with butter and jam, strong tea that steams invitingly in your cup. After breakfast, the mist lies thick across the moors as you set out, walking the ancient paths that cross the downs. Holmes has borrowed a walking stick from the Colonel, though he uses it more as an affectation than from need, swinging it rhythmically as he walks. You follow paths that shepherds have used for centuries, marked here and there with standing stones whose origins are lost to time. The world is hushed, wrapped in grey-white silence that seems to muffle all sound, and your footsteps are muffled by the soft earth and grass. Beside you, Holmes moves with quiet confidence, reading the landscape like a familiar book, pointing out where Straker must have walked, where the confrontation must have occurred. The walk is long but never tiring. Each step takes you deeper into tranquility, further from any concern or worry. The mist clings to your clothing, leaving tiny droplets that glisten like jewels. You pass through patches of heather, purple blooms nodding gently in the morning breeze, releasing their subtle perfume. You skirt the edge of a small stream, its water singing softly over smooth stones that have been polished by centuries of flow, creating a music more soothing than any lullaby. And gradually as you walk, the mist begins to thin, revealing the rolling hills in all their green glory, the sky above lightening from pearl to cream to the palest blue, like a watercolor painting slowly gaining color and definition. At Mapleton Stables, just as Holmes foretold, you find Silver Blaze among the other horses, standing in a paddock as though he has always belonged there. He is even more beautiful than you imagined, tall and powerful, standing perhaps 16 hands high, with a coat that shimmers like moonlight on water. His mane and tail are like spun silver, catching the light with every movement, and he has an intelligent eye that seems to understand everything, to hold knowledge that goes beyond mere animal instinct. There is something noble about him, something that justifies his name and his reputation. The owner of Mapleton, a gentleman named Silas Brown, confesses sheepishly that he found the horse wandering on the moor in the early morning light, and recognizing his value, for who in racing circles would not recognize the famous silver blaze, decided to keep him hidden until after the race, hoping to profit from the confusion. With Silver Blaze unable to run, the odds on other horses would shorten considerably, and Brown had already placed substantial bets accordingly. But there is no anger in this revelation, no harsh confrontation. Holmes speaks to Brown with understanding, pointing out that no lasting harm has been done, that the horse has been well cared for, and that returning Silver Blaze to his rightful owner is the only path that leads to peace of mind. "You are not a wicked man, Mr. Brown," Holmes says gently, "merely an opportunistic one. But opportunities built on others' misfortunes rarely bring lasting satisfaction. Return the horse, and you return also your own peace of conscience." And Brown, relieved to be unburdened of his guilty secret, agrees readily, his shoulders seeming to straighten as the weight lifts from them. Within the hour, Silver Blaze is being led back across the moors toward King's Pyland, his hooves leaving gentle prints in the soft earth, his tail swishing contentedly in the morning air. He walks calmly, without resistance, as though he knows he is going home, and you find yourself marveling at the quiet dignity of the animal. You walk beside the great horse, one hand occasionally reaching up to touch his warm neck, feeling the life and strength beneath his silver coat, the powerful muscles that slide beneath the skin with each step. His breathing is steady and calm, his presence somehow reassuring, and you understand why men have treasured horses for millennia, why they have been partners in work and war and sport. The sun has broken through completely now, bathing the landscape in golden light, and you feel a deep sense of rightness settling over everything, the kind of satisfaction that comes from seeing justice done gently, from watching complications resolve into simplicity, from witnessing the restoration of order where chaos briefly reigned. At King's Pyland, Colonel Ross greets the return of his champion with quiet joy, his eyes bright with unshed tears. He runs his hand along Silver Blaze's flank, speaks soft words into the horse's ear, and the animal responds by nuzzling gently against the colonel's shoulder, a gesture of recognition and affection. He thanks Holmes profusely but without excessive emotion, understanding somehow that the detective prefers his gratitude to be measured and sincere rather than effusive. "You have done me a service I can never fully repay, Mr. Holmes," he says simply, and those words seem to be enough. Silver Blaze is returned to his stall, where he immediately begins to eat from his manger, chomping contentedly on oats and sweet hay, as calm and content as though he had never been away. The stable boy who tends him, a young lad of perhaps 16 with gentle hands and a way with horses, strokes the horse's nose with obvious affection, murmuring soft words of welcome. "Missed you, boy," he whispers. "Glad you're home." Holmes stands watching for a moment, his hands in his pockets, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. The look of a craftsman who has completed a difficult job well, or an artist who has finished a painting exactly as he envisioned it. Then he turns to you, and his smile is warm and genuine, reaching his eyes in a way it rarely does. "A mystery solved," he says quietly. "Not with drama or violence, but with observation and understanding. The best kind of resolution, one that brings peace rather than upheaval, one that restores rather than destroys." Straker's fate was tragic, but it was of his own making, and at least no innocent party has suffered permanent harm. You spend the rest of the day at King's Pyland, enjoying the gentle rhythms of life at the training stables. You watch the other horses exercising on the downs, their movements graceful and powerful, their riders calling out to each other in voices that carry across the open land. The horses move in formations, some walking, some trotting, some cantering with obvious pleasure in their own speed and strength. You take lunch in the Colonel's dining room, a simple meal of bread and cheese and cold meat, accompanied by cups of strong tea that taste of comfort and home. The bread is freshly baked that morning, still faintly warm, and the butter melts into it in golden pools. In the afternoon, you walk with Holmes along the edges of the moor, following narrow paths through the heather, discussing not the case just concluded but other things, the patterns of nature, the behavior of animals, the quiet satisfaction of a puzzle well solved. He points out bird calls, identifying species by their songs, the piping of plovers, the harsh cry of a crow, the liquid notes of a skylark ascending. He shows you tracks in the soft earth, rabbit, fox, badger, and explains what each pattern tells about the animal's size and speed and purpose. His voice is companionable, his presence reassuring, and you feel yourself sinking deeper into contentment with every step. The afternoon sun is warm on your shoulders, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of wild flowers, gorse with its coconut-like perfume, wild thyme crushed beneath your feet, clover blooming in white and pink clusters. As evening approaches, you return to the stables one final time to say goodbye to Silver Blaze. The horse stands in his stall munching hay, his eyes half closed in contentment, and there is something deeply peaceful about the scene. The gathering dusk, the quiet stable, the satisfied horse. You reach through the bars to stroke his nose, and he huffs softly, his warm breath tickling your palm, and you feel a connection to this magnificent creature, this living embodiment of grace and power. He will race next week, Colonel Ross tells you, standing beside you in the gathering twilight, his voice soft with satisfaction and relief. The Wessex Cup as planned, and I have no doubt he will win. This adventure has not diminished his spirit. If anything, he seems more settled, more at peace than before, as though his journey has somehow confirmed for him where he belongs. You believe this instinctively. There is something about Silver Blaze that speaks of resilience, of a gentle strength that cannot be shaken by temporary circumstances. He has wandered and returned, has faced uncertainty and found his way home. There is a lesson in this, you think, a reminder that even when we lose our way, we can always find ourselves again. That home is not just a place, but a state of being, a return to what is right and true and familiar. The evening train back to London is even more restful than the journey out. You sit in the gathering darkness, watching the countryside slip past the window, feeling the steady rocking of the carriage lulling you into a state of perfect peace. The stars begin to emerge overhead, visible through the carriage window, and you watch them appear one by one, like candles being lit in some vast cathedral. Holmes sits across from you, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and even, perhaps asleep, or perhaps simply resting in that peculiar way of his, where the mind and body find equal repose, where consciousness remains but demands nothing, observes without analyzing. You think about the mystery of Silver Blaze, about how it unfolded with such gentle inevitability, each clue leading naturally to the next, each revelation bringing not shock but understanding. You think about the dog that did not bark, the curious incident that spoke volumes through its very silence, teaching the lesson that sometimes what does not happen is as important as what does. You think about the horse returning home across the misty moors, guided by instinct towards safety and comfort, finding his way back to the place where he belonged. And as the train carries you through the night, past sleeping villages where only a few windows still show light, past darkened fields where cattle stand motionless like statues in the moonlight, past rivers that gleam like silver ribbons winding through the landscape, you feel your own mind settling into quietness, your thoughts becoming slower, softer, like dandelion seeds drifting on a summer breeze, weightless and without direction, simply floating on currents of air, eventually coming to rest wherever the wind carries them. The lights of London appear on the horizon, a distant glow against the night sky, a dome of amber luminescence that speaks of countless gas lamps and countless lives unfolding in that great metropolis. But even this does not disturb your tranquility. You know that when you arrive back at Baker Street, you will climb the familiar 17 steps to Holmes's rooms, perhaps share one final cup of tea by the fire while he smokes his pipe and contemplates the next mystery that will surely come. And then you will retire to your own bed with the memory of the moors and the mystery and the magnificent horse called Silver Blaze. But for now, you simply rest, cradled in the gentle motion of the train, suspended between the peaceful countryside and the welcoming city, between waking and sleeping, between the puzzle and its solution. Everything is exactly as it should be. The mystery has been solved. The horse has been found. All is well in this corner of England, on this quiet night, in this moment of perfect peace. Outside the window, more stars continue to appear in the darkening sky, one by one, like lamps being lit in distant windows, like promises being kept, like certainties being confirmed. You watch them emerge, these points of light in the vastness, and you feel yourself part of something larger, a universe that operates according to laws of cause and effect, where every question has an answer, and every mystery, given time and patience and careful observation, yields its secrets to those who seek them with an open mind and a patient heart. Your eyes grow heavier with each passing moment. The rhythm of the rails becomes the rhythm of your breathing, slow and steady and deep, like waves rolling onto a shore, like a heartbeat in the darkness, like the eternal pulse of time itself. You let your head rest against the seat cushion. Let your body relax completely, every muscle releasing its tension, every concern melting away like morning mist under the sun, like frost in springtime, like shadows at noon. And as you drift towards sleep, you hear Holmes's voice, very soft, very distant, like a whisper from the edge of dreams, like a benediction, like a promise. Rest now. All mysteries are solved. All is well. Silver blazes home, and so soon shall we be. Rest now and dream of moors and mist and morning light. Dream of questions answered and puzzles completed. Dream of horses running free across green downs, of fog lifting to reveal familiar landscapes, of finding what was lost and returning what belongs. Dream of the gentle satisfaction of understanding, of seeing clearly what was once obscure. Rest now. All is well. All is well. The world continues its turning steady and sure. The stars keep their courses. The sun will rise tomorrow as it always does, and all shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. The train rocks you gently onward through the peaceful night, carrying you home, carrying you toward rest, carrying you into the soft embrace of sleep, where no mysteries remain unsolved, where all questions have answers, where all is peaceful and perfect and exactly as it should be, now and always, in this best of all possible worlds, on this quietest of all quiet nights, in the gentle, eternal, perfect moment of rest. All is well. Silver blazes home. The mystery is solved. Sleep now, dear friend. Sleep now and rest. All is well.